Sir, shall we start the session?
One minute. Can we start?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Wait a second, sir.
Shall we start?
Yes, sir, we can start the session.
Okay.
So, welcome to day 6, session 11 of our faculty development program. Today, we explore an exciting and rapidly evolving domain, AI-driven robotics and automation. Artificial intelligence has transformed robotics and automation, enabling machines to perceive, learn, adapt, and make intelligent decisions. AI-driven robotics is reshaping industries from manufacturing and healthcare to autonomous systems and smart assistants. Understanding the synergy between AI and robotics is crucial for researchers, educators, and professionals in this field. We are delighted to welcome Mr. Arun Rajiv, Managing Director of iRobot Chakra, to our session on AI-driven robotics and automation. With over 11 years of experience, he began his career as a product design engineer at LMW Coimbatore and later gained international expertise working with Nissan, Honda, Visteon in Japan. As a key R&D team member, he contributed to the launch of Nissan Murano SUV in South Korea. Since 2011, he has been an entrepreneur collaborating with Mahindra, Kinetic Motors, and Tata. Passionate about robotics, AI, and IoT and automobiles, he co-founded iRobot Chakra in 2016 to educate students and develop socially impactful R&D products under the philosophy of robotics with responsibility. His academy has earned remarkable achievements, including FICCI's Most Promising EdTech Startup Award in the year 2023 and selection as a registered space tutor of ISRO in the year 2022. We are happy to welcome Mr. Arun Rajiv, Managing Director of iRobot Chakra, to present on the topic AI-driven robotics and automation. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Am I audible, ma'am? It's clear?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yeah. Okay. So a very warm good afternoon to all of you. And first of all, I would like to thank PSG Polytechnic for have chosen me for this amazing development training program, faculty development program, and I'm very honored for that. And also to AICT for bringing out such events. Okay, I mean, I've been following this, so I understand that it's there are a lot of speakers. The audience has been listening to a lot of speakers, and they would have already got a lot of information about AI and the current trends in the industry. So me being in the last, sometimes it is good and sometimes it is not so good, because already you would have heard a lot many things which I am going to share today, and sometimes it is like little relaxed, because you don't have to have that pressure of taking the first session or immediately to the first audience. Okay, so once again, I am grateful for the opportunity, and a very warm good afternoon to all the audience who are here today with us. So yeah, um, then let me share my slide. And especially this being the afternoon session, I in all the other sessions were in the evening, whereas this being the afternoon session immediately after lunch. So in case the session goes boring and you feel sleeping, it is not just because it is not because of me, it is about the timing. Okay, so no concern on that. Fine, let me share the session in PPT for you. Is the PPT visible? I hope it is visible. Just type in yes if you are able to see the presentation. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So AI-driven robotics and automation. So that is the topic for today. And followed by the next session, we would have some hands-on robotic process also, which we have planned for you. And I hope that would also be interesting as this one, how it's going to be. Okay, and let me start the session. And before we start the session, you can any interactions that happens on the chat, I would be able to respond to it. And some of it, maybe if I am explaining something, I might not follow it. Later, you can again ask me in the Q&A session. Okay, so going forward about me, so there's nothing much already it's been explained. I finished my engineering, worked with LMW. Then I got this opportunity to work with Nissan and Honda in Japan for nearly 3.5 years. I was there, so that brought in a lot of exposure, and I'm happy and grateful for that. And during that time, how robotics used to be in their industry, it's what we see now here. It's all the developments happening in our country. And fast forward, there's nothing much about me. We run this robotics academy where we coach young students right from school to college and also to industry on how new emerging technologies work, how you can do hands-on learning, and that's what we focus on. We strongly believe that our tagline for the company is like robotics with responsibility. So how far the technology is being used, whatever way we use the technology, it has to be used responsibly. That is something which we always follow in our company. So moving forward, uh, let me go into the next slide. Okay, what is the agenda for today? So the topics which we would be discussing today is understand what is AI-driven robotics and automation. Then the next one would be what are the types of AI used in these robotics and automation purpose, and the key components of AI-driven robotics and automation. Okay, then I'll be sharing you some real life case studies, some real life robots which are already existing in the market, some real life automations which are already existing in the industry. So those case studies we will understand, we will know how these things are working. That I have prepared for you. And then finally, towards the end, we would understand about the ethics and risks of AI. AI is always not so good. There are so many advantages about AI, but there are few and risky parts about AI, which in this industry also it is there. So that also we would be understanding and learning. And then what are the future trends about AI? That is something which we would be knowing. Somebody says video is not clear. Is the video clear? Is my PowerPoint presentation, is the PowerPoint clear? Just type in yes if you are able to see me and clear. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. It's clear. Okay. So then finally we will have the Q&A session. Okay. To start with, one minute. To start with, I would like to have a disclaimer here because generally when we do a session, either it would be for a college session, we understand how what age group they would be, and if we are doing it for a school, we know what age group would be. If we are doing it for an industry, we know what are the backgrounds of that particular industry is. We are going into an institution or an industry where we conduct training program. We understand that there would be what would be the background of generally, so we could prepare slides based on their understanding, right? We could prepare our learning also would be based on their background, and it should match to that audience. But here we were told, or I was informed that we have from different backgrounds. We have experts in this field. Then we have college students who are new college students are there. Then there might be normal people who are just what to say for the trying to understand what technology is there, and there would be PhD students. So I'm not sure what background you are from, and I can't see the agenda. No, I've changed the slide. Okay, so Kartika Devi, I think there should be some problem in your side because I think most of you are able to see. Right? So the disclaimer is that I have tried to prepare it as generic as possible so that it manages, it goes into it, and it is understandable to the maximum audience. So that is something I have tried to make. So in case there are experts who feel that it is already known things, please bear with me, because there are other people who are not so familiar with all these concepts and whatever we are going to discuss. Okay, so moving forward, it is uh, please have this particular disclaimer in mind, and then just changing the slides. Taking a little while for the slide to change. Yeah. What is AI driven robotics? Okay. To understand that, we should know what is AI and what is robotics. So I have divided into two parts where the AI is there and the robotics is there. So what is AI? AI is nothing but it is the ability of the machine to perform tasks that typically requires human intelligence. So AI is nothing but the human intelligence put into the machine, where those problem solving, decision making, those parts will be taken care by the AI model itself. So there are some machine learning process, the deep learning process. Because of that, the pattern learning process. With that, the AI understands what is the uh, thing, or the we try matching to the human intelligence. That is the AI part. And whereas the robotics part is nothing but it is a hardware. Okay, it is where you are designing and building a hardware to perform a physical task. Okay, so we create a robot and then we add AI intelligence to it, then it becomes, it has a superpower. It creates a superpower. That's our understanding, right? So that is what basically AI-driven robotics and automation means, where you infuse AI technology or the AI understanding into the hardware part. Okay. So moving on, that's the basic understanding. As I said, that's the basic level understanding of what AI-driven robotics would be. Now, benefits. Let's get into the benefits of AI-driven robotics, and which also means that the AI enhanced robots. So what are the benefits? The first benefit, adapt to new situation. See, for example, if we are creating a robot or we are having an assembly line for the automation, so it is done for that particular purpose. Okay, suppose we have to shift it to another location, then we will have to re-alter it, understand it, or adapt to that particular atmosphere or the environment. Okay, so for that reason, if we have AI inside, okay, we can adapt it easily. So those are the main benefit. That is one of the benefit. Okay, it can adapt to new situations because the code itself or whatever we have. I would use the term coding and programming a lot, because that is what will determine the situations, understand what it is happening. So because of that, it can adapt to newer situations. Then second one is recognize the patterns. Okay, so for example, we take an example of a room cleaning robot. So the basic room cleaning robot, it has an obstacle avoider sensor, which will go, it will find and find the objects or whatever obstacle is there. It will go hit, then come back, then go hit, then come back. So that is how a room cleaning robot works. But latest version or an advanced version of a room cleaning robot will have something called path planning. It will have something called understanding the room and the pattern it follows. So there, no, once it goes through the room, it understands the pattern in which the room wall is there or where the furnitures are kept. Okay, based on that, it becomes easier to go through it. So that is one of the benefits where we have AI infused into the robotics part. Okay, and then next we would go to the data driven part. So again, we would consider the example of this room cleaning robot. So the first day it goes around, understands, it captures the obstacles, where all are the furnitures kept, where is the TV stand, where is the charging unit, all those things it will understand, and it keeps storing the data. It keeps storing the data, and ultimately what happens, it leads to much more efficiency. It improves the efficiency over time, right? So these are some of the major benefits of having an AI-driven robotics, where we can adapt to new situations, we can recognize the patterns, and then we can make data-driven decisions, and finally improve the efficiency over time. Okay. Now let's move on. Type of AI used in robotics. So there are different types of AI, say machine learning, deep learning. So what are the types which we generally use in robotics as well as automation? Okay, so what are the types? The first type, as I said, it is machine learning. Then the second type is deep learning. The third type is reinforcement learning. The fourth type is computer vision. And the fifth type is natural language processing. We would understand about this different types in the coming slides. A little more detail we will understand with examples we will understand in the coming slides. So as of now, you can understand, you just have to understand that there are different types of AI which would be used according to the requirement. It works on according to the requirement, it works on according to the budget you have, and it also works on the sophistication or the complexity of that particular location or the usage of what we are planning that particular automation or the robot is. Okay, so you want, you can take a snapshot of this particular thing. Type of AI used in robotics is machine learning, deep learning, reinforcement learning, computer vision, and natural language processing. Then, okay. Now let me have a quick chat, quick Q&A in the chat box. I just want all of you to be a little active and tell me what comes to your mind when you think about AI in robotics. You would have some perception. Now I've just started with the session, so I would like to know what is your perception or what do you think of AI in robotics. Just quickly type in the chat box so that I can read some of them on what is there in your mind when you hear the word AI in robotics. It's not about just AI, it's about AI in robotics. We have over 62 people. And as I said, this is the afternoon session. And in the afternoon session, if there is no typing, then I would come into a conclusion that there's nothing, no one hearing. So something about what comes to your mind when you think about AI in robotics. Okay. Yeah, maybe the next question you can answer. What do you want? Okay, so some of the general things. Okay, wait. Okay. It's an artificial intelligence which reads the mind. Okay, thank you, Ramesh, for answering. First of all, thank you so much. And it is an artificial intelligence which reads the mind. Okay, there's no right, wrong answers. You can do manufacturing, healthcare, transportation. Fantastic. Yes. Okay. Some of the main topics, some of the main things which come into the mind when we deal with students, community, or when we go into sessions and all that, they generally talk about the first one which comes into mind is self-driving cars, then about industrial automation, healthcare robots, space exploration, and smart assistant. There are more providing life to machine, that is robot, Kamachi. Nice. Thank you so much for answering, being active in the chat room. Okay, so these are some of the main topics where AI in robotics works, or which comes into a mind when you hear the term that AI in robotics. Okay, now moving on. Now let's start with the case study. So the case study is about Boston Dynamics robot Spot. There would be people, many people who would know what is Spot, and some of you would know the moment I share this picture. Okay, so all of you would have heard about this particular bot. Okay, or seen. I mean, quite right now there are different versions of this particular quadruped robot. It's called a quadruped robot, which looks or resembles like a dog, and it is first designed by Boston Dynamics, and its name is Spot. There are different versions of Spot now. There are lot many features added to the Spot, And this can be one case study to understand what is AI infused into a robot. Okay, it has a lot of agility and adaptability based on the various environments they use. Okay, and right now, I'm sure that it is already being supplied. It's a US-based company, Boston Dynamics, and there are a lot of spots which is already being supplied to the US defense. Okay, to carry the payload of the person to carry. There are a lot of payloads when they pass through different deserts and things like that. No, so that time this what to say, this particular robot is very helpful for them, and they have been extensively used in these areas. So let's understand what are the capabilities and applications of this particular bot. So the facility inspection, the capabilities and applications. Some of the application is that facility inspection. It can go around into the factory, keep a monitor about how things are happening and whether there is some leakage and things like that. Surveillance and security task, because it has an inbuilt camera in it and can capture, it can store, it can transmit the data to a server which is there. So all these things can be helpful for surveillance and security purposes. And then we have data collection and mapping. So data collection mapping is nothing but the path in which it keeps rotating. So suppose you are sending this particular spot into a jungle, you are sending this particular spot into a deserted area or a hazardous area. You can map how it has gone. Because no, it keeps solving the whenever there is an obstacle. Say for example, there is an obstacle, you are sending it into an hazardous area where there are mines and things like that. There can be a possibility of mines and things like that. So it goes, it understands the obstacle, it keeps changing the track and then follows. So those data and mapping can be done. Then comes the transportation and equipment of hazards. As I said, the payload of a soldier, the payload of a soldier, all those things can be carried, and different terrains it can be used. Okay, and can be equipped with various sensor payloads. That is a different and as I said, the detecting of leaks and monitoring of healthcare system equipment of healthcare systems. In case it is sent into a factory where a nuclear power plant, for example, I don't know whether they are already using it inside a nuclear power plant kind of thing. They might be, because there are chances. It keeps continuous monitoring of the what to say, the pipelines and the process where there is any leakage happening, there is any kind of hazardous possibility to happen inside the factory. Then what are the recent developments? The recent developments is improved obstacle detection. Then we have enhanced navigational activities, and then automated multi-docking for extension missions. So those who are more interested in understanding about Spot, there are a lot of videos about this particular product or this particular robot in YouTube. They have done a lot of testing at different locations, how different terrains it's been able to balance itself, and how it is able to understand which path to take for the nearest safe zone. All those kind of videos are there. Definitely do check it in case you have an interest towards understanding these parts. And then moving on to the next one. As I said, the key components of AI-driven robotics. What are the key components? So let's start with machine learning. So remember, we had told about 5 key components: machine learning, deep learning, reinforcement learning, and computer vision, and NLP. NLP is natural language processing. So now let's understand a little more detail about all these key components, key AI components which are used in robotics and automation. So machine learning and deep learning. It enables the robot to analyze vast amounts of data and improve their actions over time. One example is self-learning robots in warehouses optimize their movements based on the efficiency. So as as and when we discussed with the room cleaning robot, uh, same with the warehouse robots. Warehouse robots, each time it has to understand the fastest path towards the billing session. Okay, later I would be sharing you one of the video of Amazon warehouse, And in that, you could see that there are a lot of robots which will understand or which will take the payload from one place, the what to say, the products or the cupboard itself or the rack itself. It takes from one place to the building session. So each time it understands which is the fastest route to move across. So that is part of this particular AI feature, which is infused into the automation part. Okay. And now the next key component is reinforcement learning. So reinforcement learning is nothing but trial and error. So while we make robot, say for example, in our company itself, when we try to create different projects, we have to undergo through a lot of trial and error method. How much ever we do practical testing, how much ever we do understand the theory part, we make the drawings in SolidWorks, we make the CAD files and things like that. But ultimately, we'll have to do a trial and error, and we have to come out. So this kind of learning is called trial and error method and reinforcement learning. And one example for reinforcement learning is AlphaGo and autonomous drones. AlphaGo is nothing but it's a software. Okay, it's a software. It's a learning software, and for the game called Go. Okay, I researched it only. It's called Go, which is a board game. It's actually a board game. So each time a player it plays with the player, it understands the moves of the opposite player. It starts learning not just what it has to play, but it also understands the movement of the opposite player. Okay, and it starts learning. It starts what to say. What to say? It starts learning. It starts updating itself. It starts upgrading itself. So it becomes tougher and tougher to break it. Okay, so that is the AlphaGo game, and this particular method of learning through trial error is called reinforcement learning. So that is one key component for AI-driven robotics and automation. Then autonomous drones is nothing but when it has to understand the path of flight. Autonomous drones. One example which I can give you about autonomous drones is when it no, it is about the surveillance part. When it is into a surveillance area where it has to disrupt the obstacles and then move on, that is where the autonomous drones are used. Okay, and then we go into the next slide. So it looks like my slide froze 1 minute. Next is computer vision. Sorry about that. Something about some technical glitch. So the next component is about computer vision. Okay, computer vision is nothing but the cameras and the sensors used to understand the environment, understand the objects, and then make informed decisions. So you would have seen, most of you would have already seen, there is a bounding box. There are certain images where once the computer vision is implemented into a normal camera, you would find there are bounding boxes. There's a green color box. Suppose there are a group of persons. This is a very, in most Hollywood movies, you could see that when someone they are tracking some person, they would always scan the images, and you could see a lot of bounding boxes around each people who's coming out of a subway or something like that. Okay, so that is like computer vision, and using computer vision, you can identify different objects. Once you train the computer vision with different objects, each image is being taken, understood, and then uh, retaken. That image is retaken, and then they compare with the already existing data. Say, for example, you have a robot, say, for example, that Boston Dynamics robot, you have computer vision inside that. What will happen is that each time it goes, it understands whether it is a tree, whether it is a furniture, whether it is a industrial gate or industrial pipe all those things it can understand when it takes a lot of images, uh, checks it with the data, and then gives. Okay, so that would help them into making informed decisions. So this particular AI component will help it to understand what the obstacle in front of it is, and whether it should move away from the obstacle or whether it should go towards that obstacle. Okay, that decision can be made only through the computer vision part. Okay, that is the eyes for the robot. And then one example we can give is, it's a common example, AI-powered robot arms that identify and sort objects in factories, where it understands, it identifies whether, I've seen one of the videos where in Switzerland, there's a chocolate factory. It's a very interesting, it was a very interesting video where inside the chocolate factory, what happens is that there are chocolate coming out in every minute. There are at least 200 to 1000 chocolates coming out, and it comes out with different shapes. Okay, it comes out with different shapes. This is a very famous factory in Switzerland where the chocolate is very famous too. And so based on the shape, the robot arm has to identify and segregate into different boxes. So suppose one can be a star, the other can be a rectangle, and other can be a rectangle, the other can be an oval, and things like that. So based on the size, based on the shape, it has to segregate. It has to segregate which box it has to send the chocolate. Okay, so that is one, what to say, one interesting part of AI powered robotic arms. Okay, used inside the factory. And then we have, okay, natural language processing. Natural language processing, you would always have heard about, what to say, Alexa. Then you have, we have this one, Google Assistant. We have Google Assistant, Alexa. Now with Chat GPT and other things coming up, it is going to be even more competitive for these companies, because everybody is using NLP a lot. There are many AI tools which are getting updated on a daily basis. Every month, at least 10 different AI tools are coming, and most of them is to understand the human voice. It either it creates human voice or it understands the human voice. One of the AI tools which I have recently saw is that it gives you a sample text for us to read. Okay, it gives us sample text for us to read, and when we read that particular text, it understands the modulation in which I pronounce certain words. It understands my voice pattern, and the next thing what it does, that you can use one of the avatar, and in that avatar I can feed my language or my word. So it's very common. It's going to be very common soon, and right now it's like in the developing stage, and there are so many companies which are bringing up. So natural language processing is another key important feature to give commands to the robot or the automation. Okay, it understands, to understand the environment, or for giving you the immediate command, rather than again taking and rewriting the code and things like that. You can have a direct communication, human communication. Another language processing is a small device which I have seen, most of you would have also seen, which is like a translator. It's a technology device which is a translator. Suppose you go into Japan, there are no English speaking people. You can talk in English, or German, Japan, France. There are very few English speaking people. So suppose you have this particular translator, you can talk to them in English, and then listen and make them listen, and it, or immediately within seconds it translates into their language, Chinese, Japanese, or France. And for them to realize what you have asked, suppose you are stuck in the traffic, or you are stuck in a place where you want to ask for some navigation, okay, this device is very useful. They answer back in that particular native language, and it comes to you in English. So amazing, right? So that's part of natural language processing. So that is another key component. And one real world example which I would like to share is about Tesla. Tesla humanoid robot. It's an Optimus humanoid robot. It's advancing day by day. Yeah, it's advancing a lot day by day, and all these key features are used in this particular robot. Okay, they started with a human dressed in this particular robot, but that is how they started, and now it is like getting advanced. Then they used what to say human tracking. When human tracking means a person with gadgets will be standing next to the robot, and whatever he does, the robot does. So that particular tracking happened, and now it is like they are going to the next level where it is autonomously started working. Okay, autonomously started working. It starts making decisions and things like that. So as again, those who are interested in knowing about or following about these things, you can definitely they have a Instagram page too, I think, where they keep on updating about what the Optimus robot works. Then moving on, what are the AI models in robotics and automation? How AI powers modern robotics? Uh, this is nothing but what are the things, what are the AI part which works in modern robotics? Okay, first is the perception. All AI-driven robotics use sensory data, cameras. As I said, for computer vision, you need to have cameras, LiDAR sensors to map and analyze its surroundings. So this perception can be for path planning. So you would have heard about AMRs. It's called automated mobile robots. It's becoming famous. I mean, earlier there were few. Now many industries are using AMRs because of the amount of weight or amount of load it can carry from one place in the factory to the other place in the factory. So most automobile industries have started using AMR, and AMR are used. AMR's main feature is to understand the surroundings. It has cameras. It will understand whether there is a human crossing or whether there is an assembly line using LiDAR sensors, and it maps on the path. It maps the path through which it has to go, provided there is no hindrance in between. There is no obstacle in between. So that is what perception, and this AI powers the robot. Okay, now we are just discussing on what are the features which powers these AI robots and automation. Example, you can give self-driving cars, detecting pedestrians and obstacles. Okay, it's more like AMR or it's like the self-driving cars. Okay, so lidar is a what to say. Lidar, I could tell it is a sophisticated sensor which understands. It rotates. It keeps rotating. It's an obstacle. It's an you can say it is a light sensing obstacle avoider or light sensing distance sensor. Okay, using light, it understands the distance and it rotates at a very faster speed, and it starts mapping what is the maps, and it starts storing the data in the 3D format. Okay, so we have seen it in real how it maps the, say we have a lidar inside the room. It rotates at so fast. I mean, we'll not be able to see how fast it's rotating, but it starts mapping the entire room. It understands where the furnitures are there, where the dustbin is there, what is the shape of the dustbin, and things like that. We tried it in our office, and it's amazing. So lidars are the major thing which are used in self-driving cars, and cameras of course cameras are also play a vital role in this particular feature. Give me a minute. I have water. Okay. Next is the decision making part. AI algorithms. AI algorithms help robots make intelligent decisions. Okay. And such decisions, the example which we could give you is that AI in financial trading bots. So there are, what to say, there are many codes there are many codes written in Python which behave in such a way that it understands the pattern of the stock market. And it is not fully reliable, but to a large extent, it is very reliable because it takes the entire history of the graph of that particular stock, how it has traveled over a period of time. Say, for example, right from its inception, you can give it the data. You can give or store that data so that we can make some calculated risk in investing in that particular stock. Okay, so that happens only through the intelligent decision making of this particular AI algorithm. Then motion planning and control. Motion planning and control is nothing but path planning, predicting and optimizing. AI helps in predicting and optimizing the movement to avoid obstacles and ensure efficiency. So again, it's the same where the robot arms and what to say, how it has to move. And once you understand the pattern of how much protection it is going to be, those data can be used for future decisions. Okay, it can help you in optimizing the movement of that particular robot and things like that. So that is another feature of AI. I'm just quickly moving on. Okay, now again I want a little help on the chat box. Okay, chat box so far, right? Which AI-driven robotic sector excites you the most? Okay, so this time I've given you a few. This all you have to do is type the number. Okay, which sector of the AI-driven robotics would be exciting to you? Just wanted to understand how many of you would, which sector you would be interested in, if at all you are given a topic, or if at all you are given an activity to do, which sector would you choose? Okay, Rajeshwari ma'am says autonomous vehicle. That's fantastic. Quickly, some of it, just a number. Space exploration 4. Praveen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Any number you can type. Just a little activity for me to understand that you are all there. Okay. Say space exploration, space exploration. Okay, most of you are in space exploration. That's nice. This next slide is going to be exciting for you. Okay, space exploration. Fantastic. That's interesting. AI-driven robotics. Which AI-driven robotics sector excites you the most? Okay, most of you are in space exploration. Pretty interesting. Okay, agriculture, healthcare. No numbers on that. Okay. Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being active. Some of you at least. Yeah. Manufacturing, space exploration, autonomous vehicle, healthcare, agriculture. So some excitement I would always say. I mean, for me, it is sometimes it is agriculture, and mostly it is on the manufacturing side. So so manufacturing, if we can optimize manufacturing processes much more, the product cost can come down, and it would be helpful. Something like that. Okay, space exploration is amazing, and space exploration is like what's that? It's more of 2 and 1. Rajdeepa is staying 2 and. Thank you so much. Right. So moving on, something on space exploration, I believe the next day. And again got stuck. Yeah. Okay. So it's for the space exploration interest. The case study of NASA's Perseverance rover. Okay. This is the NASA's Perseverance rover, the key component which is sent in 2020 mission designed to explore the crater of Jezero crater on Mars, the site which is about by the ancient lake. Okay, so this robot was sent into 2020, and it is supposed to be still alive. Okay, supposed to be still alive, whereas it is automatically, it is going on scanning, taking images, sending it to the earth, and it's trying to collect as much data as possible. And based on the data which it is sending, it is what to say, humans here or in the NASA center, they are able to analyze, and they are able to, the main idea what they would be thinking is that once they get these data, the next rover which they have to send or which they plan to send can have can have little more advanced technology which will be helpful to gather more data from that particular soil. Okay, now they need soil for testing. Now they need to understand whether it is inhabitable for the human beings and things like that. So that is the research which goes on with NASA, right? So uh, this particular robot is one of this particular robot we have chosen so that the advancement and the technology which is implemented to that robot in 2020, and this would have been started, they would have started designing for the robot at least 2 3 years before. So 2017, 2016, 17, they would have started on these technologies, and now these are helping to gather data from the Mars based on Curiosity rover design, but enhancement allowing it to catch samples. It carries several primary sensor and significance. This is the design part of the thing. What are the achievements of this particular rover? Let's discuss on the achievements. It is driven around 2.9 kilometers. Okay, that in these many years, it has driven around 2.9 kilometers, which is a highly what to say, an appreciable thing, considering the surface of the considering the surface of the Mars, as well as considering the decision making skill of this particular robot. It makes its own decisions, right? Whether to go, whether there is a hole, whether there is a rock in front of it, and there's collected multiple samples and rock and atmospheres, returned over 1 lakh images and more to scientific data analysis, conducted over coordinated flight with the Ingenuity robot. So this robot was also sent along with a helicopter. Along with a small helicopter. Initially, we used to get images of that particular helicopter. Also, how it used to take images. It goes from, it shoots up, takes images, comes down, charges itself, then it again shoots up, and then that's, so its final flight was in 2024. After that, it was of what is it? It's considered as inactive because the maximum battery or the life, everything would have gone like that. And then one minute. Autonomously conducted the survey in Mars. The main feature why I use this case study is the autonomously working capability of this particular rover. Okay, this would not be possible. This would not be possible by having a hardware alone or a robot alone. It requires the decision making skills or the intelligence or the human intelligence to make the movement which is required. So there, I've heard that there are, we can send signals to that particular robot, but the time taken, it would be months or years to reach Mars, and after it receives the signal, then it performs. So most of the time, it makes its own decisions, moves around, takes pictures, collects data, and then sends to Earth. Okay, so this is one brilliant technological what is it? This one brilliant technological robot which humans have built for the space exploration part. Now, AI in industries. Okay, smart factories. AI powered automation in manufacturing 4.0. Now we are working on 5.0. So 4.0 robot 4.0 itself had smart factories projects where we have to we have to automate every machine. Say for example, there's a lathe machine, so where there's some grinding happening, that data has to go into the cloud, and from the cloud, it has to go into the next process. So the next process, which need not happen in the same factory, it can happen in a different place, can also get the data of how many units have already completed the phase one. So they can be aware, or they can be prepared. They can prepare that the next set of process can be start at this time, or that they can calculate. They can calculate the lead time required for that manufacturing. So these are the smart factories optimization using AI. And one example is Amazon Robotics Warehouse. As I said, I have a small video to show you how Amazon robots work. Then, okay, predictive maintenance. So this is one important feature when you are inside a factory. AI analyzes the equipment performance and predicts failure before they occur, reducing downtime. So this predictive analysis of equipment failure. So this, no, I can give you with an example which happened in our company, as well as it's happened in Coimbatore. Okay, in Coimbatore, there is a company called Texmo Industries, which manufactures big, what to say, lot different types of motors, submersible motors, especially for the bore wells, especially for the agriculture and things like that. So from there, we had a maintenance engineer coming into our company to learn about what to say, not artificial intelligence, because it was in the year 2018. So he was the manager of that particular support team, or the what is the maintenance head. He was the maintenance head. So that time he was mentioning to us, and he wanted to learn about Raspberry Pi. Okay, Raspberry Pi is another microcontroller where you can uh, understand, you can give in the data and do this particular analysis of how the performance works and things like that. So this particular gentleman, he wanted to learn Raspberry Pi so that he can employ it in his department. So he was telling that he used to face this particular problem of when the machine can break down, and the machine or the tool which they use, they have many varieties of tools. So each tool has a lifespan. So those lifespan will only be understood if the worker who's using it tells them that we have already used this tool so many times. Okay, and it happens in three shifts. So every shift, how many workers, how many units have come. So calculating that was a tedious process. So he was telling that we should store those data, and then if we can store that data, we would understand on a daily basis how many times this particular tool or the equipment is used, so that I can give an understanding to the management that this can break down at any time after so many days. So this was something which he told in our own Coimbatore city in a factory in 2017. And now with the help of AI, those parts have become very easy. That is why I want to share this story, because now with AI, you can actually have a lot of data collected from the equipment directly into the cloud, then do these predictive analysis to understand when it would fail. Because each time a machine fails, then there is a loss to the factory, because the labor loss is there, the production loss is there, and then the repair or the next, what to say, next till they replace that particular part, it would become a what to say, the amount of time lost, and there is a monetary loss. Actually, there is a huge monetary loss which will happen to the factory, which they wanted to reduce, and this is a helpful thing. It's become easy with the AI part. And now, example is Siemens AI-driven manufacturing facilities. So AI-driven manufacturing facilities is nothing but you have all the data stored then and then. Then and there, the data keeps going inside, and there is an algorithm which will tell you or predict you that this can get failed at any time. Okay. Now going, okay. This is the case study which I wanted to share with you. On a YouTube. It's a YouTube link actually. So I'll just play that for you and it's just a 2-minute video to understand how these robots work inside Amazon factory. And then based on that, we'll have continue the discussion further. 1 minute. Let me share that. Where is it? Just give me a moment. One minute. It simple. Okay. Okay, this is inside an Amazon factory, Amazon warehouse in US. This happened.
I have a sincere request to every small, micro, and medium enterprise business owner. Please stop relying just on word of mouth referrals to grow your business. Look, word of mouth is great. It means that you have a good quality product or service because of which people are willing to recommend you to others. But you can't depend on word of mouth referrals because you cannot predict, you cannot control, and you cannot project how many leads or inquiries you will receive through word of mouth referrals on a weekly and a monthly basis. So depending only on word of mouth referrals is absolutely unhealthy for you while your competitors are going out there and using marketing strategies to aggressively.
1 minute. My camera is on, getting on. Sorry, there's a technical glitch. I'm just trying to write. One minute. Okay.
Record.
Yeah. Sorry, something happened. The Zoom crashed. The Zoom crashed. Then I had to again restart Zoom. Sorry about that. I don't know why it happened. Okay. I hope I'm audible right now. Audible? Can you tell me? Yes. Okay. Right. I'll just share the PPT. So that was about the Amazon warehouse robot, and it works on. So before we continue, as I'm doing this, so would you? How many of you are seeing this particular video for the first time? Just type me. Just type me in the chat box if you are seeing this video for the first time. Some activity. Ah, super. Okay, Rashri ma'am. Right. Good. Me. That's nice. That's nice. So this particular thing, no, yeah, it's come. Yeah. This particular robot, it's there from, if I'm not wrong, it's there from 2016 itself. Okay, they have. It's been done by. Earlier, there was one factory. There was one company who was working on these robots. These are called AMRs, okay, automatic mobile robots, and this is being done by one of the companies. They supplied it to Amazon, and finally Amazon took over that company, and now they have, on a large scale, they are using it in their warehouses. Okay, and this particular robot, it has a lot of intelligence. So Amazon follows this method where, if at all there is an order coming, if you have noticed that billing, if you have noticed that video properly, you would have seen that there was a lady doing the billing part, and all these robots come in line. Okay, so if at all there is a product requirement, they take the entire rack with them. That is where the robots come into play. They lift the rack. They have a screw mechanism where they lift the rack, then move the rack towards this, to the billing counter. And inside the billing counter, they have an algorithm through which they understand which rack to take, what product to take. Okay, and they follow each location. Okay, inside the warehouse, each location they use something called QR stickers. Okay, obviously QR sticker is common now. So stickering is there. So they understand every workstation. Okay, each location, which location they have come, and from there whether they should take a left or a right, depending on the algorithm it is having, depending on the AI it is using to avoid obstacles. Okay, there are nearly, if in this particular video itself, if you see, you have at least 100 to 200 different robots in that particular same warehouse, where it takes the material, goes to the billing area, and then comes back to the same location or a different location. Okay, then parks it, moves to the next spot. Okay, so it was an interesting video which I always share to all my students whenever there is a topic related to AI and service industry, AI and what to say, robots. Okay, so next topic we would go into this one. Wait. Okay, how about AI in medical and healthcare robotics? So medical robotics, there is a surgical robot. Okay, this particular robot came into, I became aware only while doing research for this particular what to say, PPT. AI surgical diagnostic robot assists doctors with precision surgery. So this particular robot, which is called Da Vinci Surgical Systems, and it has something. It has a lot of features involved in it, where the doctor need not be near the patient. Okay, doctor need not be near the patient. The doctor sits in a room, sits in the same room at a different location, whereas the entire operation is done by these robots. Entire operation, a surgery is done by these robots. The doctor, but the good part is that the AI is not deciding on the surgery, but the doctor has the hand. The doctor has a hold. He can precisely and very carefully do the surgery. I have a small image also about this particular robot. Okay, this is how it would look. So the doctor need not be near the patient itself. Okay, doctor need not be near the patient itself. He sees through a lens. He has the controls with him, and this particular machine is kept over the top of the patient, or it is near the patient, where the entire surgery of the heart or whatever it is done with the expertise from a different room or a different location. Okay, this is about the technology part of how advanced robotics can go. Okay, little scary at this particular moment of time, but yes, it is already there in the market and doing surgeries also. And then moving on, one more healthcare industry we would like to share is the companion robots. Okay, this is an interesting. It's an interesting product which is for helping the elderly. Okay, it is used to help elderly. It is called Elic robot. It's an AI-driven companion robot. It is more similar to how Google Assistant, Siri, or Alexa behaves, but for the elderly. Imagine you are lonely, especially this is for the European nations and things as of now, where the population is very stagnant. The population is not, what to say, population is very scarce. And there, this particular robot helps in providing companionship to the elderly. Okay, it has a beautiful AI inbuilt into that robot, where it keeps a track of the health of that particular person. It talks to them, wishes them, gives them interesting topics for the day, reads out the news for them, and things like that. Okay, it is called Ilic robot. And again, if those who are interested can definitely do some kind of research into this to understand how these works. And then moving on. Yeah. And would you trust? This is a quick poll which I wanted to ask again to the audience. It's about how would you trust an AI assisted robot for surgery? Yes, no, or not sure. And mm, let me see how many of you would like to tell what. Yes, no, or not sure. Not sure. Okay, good. No, no, not sure. Yeah. Yeah, as of now, if you ask me, as of now, it would be a no, but I'm not sure is the next thing which I would like to tell, because you never know how the technology is going to go. There might not be any other option left to you, but you need to use this AI assisted robot in case the situation is going like that. Okay, so maybe not sure is going to be a interesting answer for this, as there is no right and wrong answer. And AI-driven automation, autonomous vehicles. Okay, I'll just quickly go through. So autonomous vehicles, how AI enables self-driving cars. That is a very common topic where most of you would have already heard in the past so many days. This particular self-driving cars example would have come a lot many times. And the example which I would like to share is about Waymo. Waymo is a autonomous ride-sharing cab where you don't have a driver. The robot itself, through an app, it comes to your location. You will have to sit inside it and then go to the destination. There is no drivers involved. It is completely automated, and it is also a ride sharing where you have multiple people getting at different places. Okay, it is called Waymo. And then in agriculture and food industries. Okay, AI-powered robot farming, precision agriculture, drones, smart irrigation system. One example which I can share. Okay, John Deere's AI-driven autonomous tractors. So John Deere's, if I'm pronouncing it right, that is a tractor company, a very famous tractor company. It's been there for years together now, and they have come up with this AI-driven autonomous tractor where you don't have to have a driver to drive the tractor. It keeps plowing the land. How a room cleaning robot works, the same logic or the same algorithm is used for a larger field. It understands the path in which it moves. It goes to different tracks and things like that. So in that way, it saves a lot of what to say time fatigue of doing the same thing, because AI does not have any fatigue, whereas a human would have fatigue. The number of hours it keeps tracking. So it is to basically plow the land before the actual seed is laid. So for that purpose, it is used. And then there is another example which I saw recently. Is about I want to say, yeah, it's about a robot. It's about a robot which uh, kills the weeds. the biggest destroyer of the actual agriculture is the weeds which come, and to kill the weed we put in fertilizers. So this particular robot, I think it's a Canada based company which is manufacturing this robot. And this robot, no, what it does is that it goes to the field, it goes to the field, and it tracks there is a lot of there's an array of cameras, there's an array of cameras which is placed under the robot. It's a huge machine, array of cameras kept under the robot, and then each camera will get you a computer vision of the plant which is down. So it understands which is the actual plant, which is the weed. And once it understands the weed, no, it shoots a laser. It shoots a laser and it burns the plant. Okay, so it happens. I mean, that particular video is very interesting to see, to watch. You can see a lot of what to say, firecracks, like things happening below the robot, where it is actually killing only the weeds. It understands which is the actual plant and which is the weed. And it's again to, of course, it's to data of getting the plants and what are the weeds it's fed to it. And once it understands to computer vision, it will immediately kill that plant. So that is another interesting part to see. And there is one company which is manufacturing that robot also. Right? And then moving forward, smart cities and infrastructure. It's about traffic management and surveillance and congestion. The topic is different. It's put as topic. I'm sorry about that. It's a Singapore's AI-driven smart city initiatives. There are, I mean, anyone who has visited Singapore, I have not gone myself, but I have heard a lot about Singapore. And Singapore has this traffic congestion policy. Earlier, we have heard that Singapore does not have a lot of vehicles owned. People don't own self cars, or they don't own cars in Singapore. Mostly, they use a public transport. And even after that, they have a lot of initiatives taken with the AI help to avoid congestion, which are the peak hours, which are the non-peak hours, which are the roads which will have peak hour congestion, how to divert that, and from where to divert that. All those things are AI driven, and they are working on it. They are working on it to making it improve, and so that they can be set a model. They can be the model, or they can set a model to bigger cities across the world. Okay, so that is one initiative from the Singapore side. Then moving forward. Okay, now we come to the challenges and the ethics and future trends. This is an interesting part. Of course, though AI has a lot, as when I started the session, I told you about how the AI has a lot of advantages. There are many such disadvantages also. So it is the main disadvantages which are coming into picture recently is that the AI biasness and decision making risks. Okay, I'll get into the detail in the next slide on what is AI bias, and then it is a known thing. The next one, the challenges of ethics, is the known thing, which is nothing but piracy and data security issues. That is, now we have to go with it. We have to understand that our data are no longer very private. Most of our data are all known to whomever it is matters. Okay, so there is the data privacy is not very strict, or it cannot be made very strict because of the AI revolution and the products which are coming. They take our data from here or there or somewhere they'll take. So that issue is definitely there. We'll discuss a lot more detail about the first one. The first one is AI biasness, okay, AI facial recognition and their ethical issues. The first one is about racial bias leading to wrongful arrest. So AI during their initial training process. So say for example, ChatGPT has been working on this for a decade on how to do. They were researching, they were taking a lot of pictures and things like that. So their initial was all on white people. Okay, they do a lot of research on the white people or the white community. So what happened is that when AI products are coming, okay, when AI products are coming, in reality there are when AI products are coming, when AI products have already come into the market, that time there is a confusion about the black people. Okay, when a black skin, as it is written, the accuracy rate over a white male face is 99%, whereas there is a lot of error, or the accuracy level is 35% in the case of black women. Okay, in the case of black women, there is an accuracy issue. Okay, that is called AI biasness. And then the second one is that healthcare algorithm favoring the white patients. Again, when the skin, the images or the photographs or the data which they have collected, data is nothing but images and photographs. They have taken about with white skin. Okay, they have taken with lighter tones, and that is the data they have. So that will not perform perfectly when a black skin comes. So that is why there is a biasness which is there with the AI algorithms or the trainings which is already there. So any product which is trained and brought with those algorithms will definitely fail or will not have that correct result. And recently was a Facebook advertising problem also, where the Facebook could target the black community as well as the white community, depending on their gender, depending on their race, and then based on that, they could target and sell the product. So that was so anything else. So there is a clear differentiation on what kind of advertisement should be targeted to those communities. Say that was the issue which was regulated, or that was brought into the notice of the higher authority because of this Facebook regulation. What happens is that when there are an ad run for jobs like nursing and nursing, or a doctor, or a bigger job, bigger profile job, it targets towards the white people. Whereas jobs like janitor, being a janitor, or helping, or sanitary related work, those jobs would be targeted towards the black community. So the question was, how could Facebook discriminate, or how could the Facebook algorithm discriminate and decide on whom to show this particular ad? So that is not fair, right? It is not fair. The ad, if it has to be shown, it has to be shown to all, and it depends on they themselves have decided on whom to show and things like that. So that is again a flip side of the AI revolution which we are going to now. Okay. Now, what are the future trends? We are coming towards the end of the slide, maybe another 5 minutes. Then we can open for Q&A sessions. So, future trends in AI revolution, AI driven. One is AI and humanoid robots that we have discussed a lot, and most of you know how humanoid robots work and what all are the advantages of humanoid robot. Right now, the application part, Boston Dynamics, that company is doing. Then you have Tesla coming up with a lot many things. Now there's a new company, or new, can't say new, it's like now into the limelight. It's called Uni 3, which is from China. So that has the best human-like walking ability. Okay, it has a human-like walking ability, and there is one viral video which has recently come out where it dances with the real dancers. The robot, not just one robot. They had a lineup of robots, say 5 to 10 different robots, dancing along with Chinese girls for their traditional song. There was some traditional festival happening, so the robots and the girls together they were dancing in utmost synchronicity. Okay, utmost synchronicity they were dancing. That is something amazing, and something to look out for, how they are able to do that. Then AI in space exploration, as most of you are interested in AI in space exploration. So there are autonomous rovers which are going to be going to the Mars, because whatever this particular rover is already there, based on that, they are building more sophisticated rover which they can send it to Mars to get more data. Then exoplanet discovery using AI images, and satellite operation and data analysis. This exoplanet discovery means, to my understanding, what I feel is that so many images of the sky is taken at a particular time, at a particular thing, and it is all stored. And when that is fed into an AI algorithm or an AI system, it understands or it highlights a particular star which has been not there, then comes into picture at a later date. Then again it vanishes. So those things for a human to understand would be very difficult. Whereas when it is fed with the data to understand, you can come into you can do a lot of discoveries about existing planets which were not being able to be seen, which were not being able to be seen from the Earth so long, started getting visible. And then the naming part will start happening and things like that. So those are the discoveries which are possible with the AI revolution or the AI in robotics part. Then the next one, AI and human collaboration, cobots. Okay, cobots is nothing but cooperating robots. So in manufacturing with Universal Robots, it's a company which has something called UR5E, UR6E. Those are 6-axis robots, 5-axis robots, 4-axis robots. They have different kinds of robots which are very smooth and which are, what to say, much different from the traditional arm robot. So earlier there was arm robot. Now these cobots are the next generation to arm robots, where you have a little more sophistication added to that particular robot, and the motion is very smooth. And then in healthcare assistance also these cobots work, and logistics and warehousing, where you have to lift and identify a part and take those parts outside the system like that. Okay, so that is there. And now, so now we can open for Q&A session. Thank you for your time. And also, one more slide. For the next session, those who are using your laptops or computers can download this particular resource, the particular software. Okay, this particular software, if at all you want to do along with what I do. Okay, I have planned for showing you something hands-on, and I wish if you want to do something along with me, you can definitely download the software. And let the slide be here. So we are open for Q&A session. I think I've taken the time. This is my LinkedIn and Insta in case you want to get connected.
Thank you, sir, for insightful and engaging session on AI-driven robotics and automation. We will now take a short break and resume at 3:50 p.m. for the hands-on session on robotics process simulation. During this time, we kindly request all participants to fill out the attendance come feedback form, which has been shared in the chat section. Please ensure you complete it before we begin the next section. See you all at 3:50 p.m. for the hands-on session. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll come back. We'll meet after 10 minutes at 3:50, not 10, maybe 8 minutes. At 3:50, we'll meet. Thank you.
Welcome back, dear participants. Now we move on to the session 12 with an interactive hands-on session on simulating a robotic process. This session will provide practical insights into robotic process simulation allowing participants to explore robotic motion, control algorithms, and AI integration in automation system. We encourage you to actively participate, explore the tools, and clarify any doubts. Let's make this an interactive and enriching learning experience.
Just share my thing on that. Okay. Okay, so simulate a robotic process using process automation hands-on. So before we start the hands-on, I just want to understand how many of you have downloaded the software. How many of you are able to download software? I'm sure many of you would be using your what to say mobile phones or smartphones for the session. But how many of you have actually downloaded? Just type in ME if you have downloaded that particular software, and you would be working along with me so that I can give you some time as I am explaining. Else, it's easy. Just type in ME if you are using a laptop and you plan to do the hands-on together. No MEs. Okay, I think all of you are using the smartphone. Okay. Okay, so then I'll go in my pace. In case you are spread out, you can definitely type in the chat box. Okay. So what is robotic process simulation? We have it's a digital tool used by engineers to design automated production line. Then employs digital representation. So it is basically something which you are doing in simulation. Okay, so that why you have to do it in simulation, so that before you deploy it, whatever issues or errors you can do understand inside the simulation software itself. You can initiate with fewer errors than conventional automation engineering methods. So when you are deploying the actual thing, you don't have to. It will save you a lot of money. It will save you a lot of time because everything is understood during the simulation process itself. Okay. Then, what are the key functionalities of having a robotic process simulation? Enhancing planning, control, learning outcomes through integration of digital twin in the dynamic industrial era. So you can do all the planning activity, you can do all the controls, settings, those things, everything can be done inside the simulation itself, facilitating the robot to learn and testing without the need of a physical robot. See, generally, a robot arm would cost you somewhere around 18 to 20 lakhs, a minimum cheaper robot arm with less cost, and it can go till a crore or more. So, having a robot arm to understand whether it would suit you for your industry is a lot more expensive than having the simulate software to understand what location you have to do. Okay. So designing complete 3D robotic works, cells, and then validating the manufacturing process sequences and optimizing them. Okay. And then validating automation concepts digitally, performing online advanced robotic programming widgets. See, once you do it in simulation, then it becomes a lot more easier when you apply it in the real world because you already know what are the hurdles you are going to face. You already know what are the easy parts which you can get through faster. So those things are there. Now direct different phases of robotic process automation. So what are the different phases of robotic process automation? There are mainly three phases. Process planning phase, then we have design phase, and then we have the offline programming and field support phase. So first we need to process the layout, how the layout need to be, what is the purpose for us to automate the process. So if there is no purpose to automate, then there is no requirement for this expensive investment. This reminds me of an example which we had a client who had come all the way from Salem for for clearing something. Like he has a bread manufacturing unit. So bread manufacturing unit, he wanted to do an automation there, and he wanted to create an assembly line. So the learning was interesting. How the bread gets manufactured right now, how he is doing. And right now there are around seven or eight human workers involved in manufacturing that bread from the dough stage to the packet stage. So there are certain processes which would definitely be done only with humans. You can't do it with the robot itself, because the bread is a very what to say, when it is hot, it tends to deform its shape. So those are there. So he wanted to do some process, and that is the process planning stage. Why? So we were having a discussion. So we said the pros and cons, what all is possible, what are not possible, and that stage is where the process happens. So he can make a calculative decision whether to invest so much, whether it is not required. The problem with the labor is that they might turn out on a particular day, they might not turn on a particular day. So the entire process will come into a mess because two people took a leave without informing, something like that. So that is what he was telling. Then the design phase is when you are setting the stage, you are aligning, you are making it, and then you are doing the simulation part to understand whether it works. And finally, it is the deployment stage where you actually invest on the robot and the conveyor belts and things like that. Okay, so these are the three important stages of the robot planning stage. Then, okay, one minute now. Then why use BBOT simulation software? So that simulation software, why should we use that particular one? The first reason is it is free and open source. It is a very powerful software, and it is very useful for the 3D modeling, especially industrial type of robots and all. You can do it with ease. And there is a large amount of library data which you can use. The prototypes of the actual robot arm. Okay, in the previous session, we were discussing about something called universal robot cobots. Okay, those cobot robot arm, actually it is there, and I think we would be using that today. They have a huge library. Then it provides the environment where it actually works and tools like that. Then this GUI and engine and all, no, it is the ease and the effectiveness of the view, effectiveness on how it works. So those things are really interesting with this particular software. Then, as I said, there's a large collection of modifiable robots which they have. They have prototypes. They have prototypes, solid model prototypes which they have kept, which can be used of sensors, cameras, everything, which can be used for this modeling purpose. Okay, now moving forward. Okay, the robot controller. Then the other advantages is that you can program the robot after you make it. No, after you construct the robot model inside the 3D, inside the simulation environment, then you can write a code to make it work. Only then you will know how in real case it would perform. So that you can do with multiple languages. You have C++, Python, Java, MATLAB, and ROS also to be used. You can also use as an API where you can do the coding somewhere and then implement that into the SolidWorks part. Okay, VBOT simulation can be exported as movies. So after that model is done, you can export it into videos. You can export into videos, create effects for your platform application and runs with Windows. Okay, it runs with Windows, Mac, and things like that. Okay. Okay, let's do some hands-on. Okay, so hands-on, before I open the software, what are we gonna do? I just want to give you an idea of what we would be doing. Okay, so the hands-on part is 1 minute. Okay. So this is what we will be doing. We are gonna create an assembly line, a conveyor belt, and we would use a robot arm. And inside the conveyor belt, there would be some kind of boxes or blocks which will have different colors, and it has to sort based on the colors it is capturing. So once the blocks come in the conveyor belt, you can you'll have to catch it, analyze the color, and based on the color, you will have to put it in different boxes. Okay, so that is the task which we would be doing today. And the major parts which we will be using for this is called URE robot arm or gripper and gripper. So this is the robot arm. This is the universal cobot robot which is under the name UR5E, which has 5 axes. It has 5 axis rotation, so it is 5E robot arm. And then there is this 3-finger gripper. Okay, that is what we would be using. 3-finger gripper is for holding the part. Because the previous slide you would have noticed that it has to hold a box, okay, a small box or a thing which comes in the line, and then put it into the correct box, whichever box it has now, it has to put into that box. And before the Q&A, okay, so here we will freeze the PPT, and let me open the. Okay, I'll just try and open the software for you. So I have to share the software. 1 minute. Are you ready for the hands-on session? If you can type in R in the hands-on so that I get some motivation for doing the hands-on. Just type in R in the chat box. Just share this. Okay, that's so fine. So since I believe that no one is planning to do along with me, I'll go in my pace. You're able to see, right? Okay. Okay. First, now you will have to hide this thing. Okay. So let's open a new file. Project directory. It will ask for what kind of file you require. You can write maybe robot arm. That is the file I'm giving. Next, then I'll check rectangular arena. I'm giving it as robot arm, sorting. Okay, this is the file name I'm giving. And I'm giving next, and it's asking for the previous discard. Okay, it's creating an environment for me. Make the screen a little bigger. Okay, so little brief about how this software is. On the right side, this particular area where I'm showing you the mouse, on the right side, it is the coding area. So that is the coding area. The center area is the simulation area. And the right side, on the left side is the tools or the features which you are using for this particular uh, simulation. Okay, suppose you are using a robot, that robot name will come there. Then the conveyor name, everything will start coming there. So you can see that. So we will start making it so that I will have me and myself and my team. I should appreciate my team also for this. They have also worked together to understand. We did a lot of trial and error method so that we could find the optimum simulation for it to work perfectly. So I've noted down a few parameters. I'll be looking into it and then typing the parameters there so that the final result comes out in a way which we are expecting it to come out. Okay. So, so first let me go into the arena. This is the platform and you can see it is there. So this is the main, this is the by default platform, which is a 1 meter into 1 meter size platform. So here the unit of measurement is meters. There is no other unit for measurement. So whatever we type, we will have to do it in meters. And the degrees, it is in radians. It is not in degrees, it is in radians. You have a circle to create, then it has to be in radians. This is something which we have to remember, okay, on how we have to use it. So now I'm going to change the parameters of this particular box. We need to have a bigger area for working. So first let me go into translation. Translation, I'm going to make it 2 meters. So that is the position. Then I'll go to floor size. Floor size, I'm going to change the floor size into 10 by 10. So 10 by 10, the size has increased. If you can see, the size has increased for the area of work. This is our work area. Okay, there are a lot many features. You can create an environment. You can create to look like a factory. All those things are possible. So right now we are just working on the what to say, the floor area. Okay, then floor size change. Change ball thickness. Okay, so we are done with the rectangle area. Now let's import a conveyor belt. So we'll have to click on one of these things and then press add, and then their library opens. Here you can type in conveyor. So see, there is a conveyor belt. Okay, conveyor belt has come. You can press add and you can see a conveyor belt here. Okay, so that conveyor belt, if I zoom closely, okay, if I zoom closely and I press the play button, this is the play button for the simulation, you can see that it is moving. Okay, it is moving. So the conveyor belt is moving. So that is how it is. This is a library device, library function where the entire conveyor belt is attached to it. So now let me change the parameters of the conveyor belt. So translation is the position where the belt has to, conveyor has to be there. 8.4. So these parameters I'm typing after doing a lot of trial. Okay, so that this particular session becomes smooth. Me and my team also. 1.5739. Let's put 1 here and then angle of rotation is 1.7. 1.57 is radians. Okay, it is in radians. Remember that. So 1.57 radians is nothing but 90 degrees. So I have rotated the conveyor belt into 90 degrees. Then let me change the speed to 1.8. Acceleration -1. The rest is fine. So conveyor belt, what all values is required, that is all done. Now let me import the robot arm. Okay, next is the robot arm. So robot arm, I'll just type in URE5. Does not come. So let me. Okay. The important part is that you will have to keep saving it. Okay, this software has a problem. It is you have to keep saving it. So when you save, you change the parameters, and if you don't save, and then finally something goes wrong, it is gone. There is no automatic saving in this software. So add. You are sorry, I wrote here. You are right. So this is a robot. I'm importing that robot. And it has come. So before that, I have to increase. That's something which I missed out. I have to increase the size of the conveyor belt. So conveyor belt size. So this is the conveyor belt, and this is the size part. I'm just changing the values to 8. Then 0.25. 0.25. This is the conveyor belt values. And then here for the robot, again, I have to give some value so that it aligns with the conveyor belt. So for the robot, I will give 0, 0, 0.2. Okay. So this is the robot positions kind of aligned on the conveyor belt. Then rotation part, nothing to change. Okay, then I'll go to something called tool set. Okay, in tool set, I will double click and I can add something called robot that gripper we require. No, so I'll just type in gripper. Okay, so gripper, there are so many grippers here. We will be using the 3-finger gripper. So this is a 3-finger gripper. So that I am adding to the tool set. So you can notice that the gripper has come at the end. Okay, this is the gripper. And then I will add to this. Again, I will click here. This is the add button. I'll click the add button. And next I will take a camera. Okay. Why is a camera required? A camera is required for recognition. What the box has come or not, what color has come or not, those things. So this camera I'm adding. Then the next I will add a sensor. What sensor? It is a distance sensor. So a distance sensor I will add. Why do we require a distance sensor? Distance sensor is used so that we know when to capture the box. So the gripper will be alive. Gripper will be kept there. Then once it comes, when the box comes near to it, it captures. Okay, so the gripper is there. Now inside this, I will have to change the certain values. This translation, okay, 0.04, that is fine. That is fine. Okay, okay, this is fine. Now let me go into the camera part. So in the camera part, I will have to change certain value. I have to change 0.2. Then rotation, I have to rotate to. So there's an interesting thing which maybe it's interesting for you. So rotating part, I will. So this is the gripper level. So there is a camera here as well as a distance sensor here. So we will see how the camera is focused by default. No, one show camera front trucks. So if you can notice, there are two white lines. Okay, so that is the direction where the camera is focusing. Okay, but we want the camera to turn. So that is why we will add the turning radiance. Turning radiance is nothing but 1.57. And I change it. Please notice this area. If you notice, it is turns. So now the camera is facing this side. Okay. Then we go to physics. Physics is nothing but we will add some mass to the camera. It has to have some weight or something like that. For that, we don't require. There's a command called physics. Okay, next we would go into recognition colors. So as I said, it has to recognize the color, so that we will click, make it as it is recognizable. Then we have to go into recognition part. So recognition part we will click and we will add recognition. So it has color recognition. The camera will have color recognition feature. So this is how you would add a color recognition feature. Okay. Then lens also you can add. It's for the clarity part. So the lens also is added. Okay, so the camera part, I have not missed anything. Okay, all the parts, all the changes which is required for the camera is all added. Now let me go into the distance sensor. So distance sensor position, this is the position of distance sensor. So that we need to increase a little in the y direction. And rotation also, it also requires a rotation. Rotation should be in the z direction, 1.57. So that is also rotated. You notice it is just changed. So the distance is also facing this side. Right. And aperture, let me see the aperture. Okay. So distance sensor is all set. Now this robot, the robot arm, camera in the robot arm, as well as distance sensor. So in real also, this particular robot arm, you can attach a gripper like this. You can attach a camera. The gripper will have camera, or the camera attached gripper you can use, and also the distance sensor is also there inside the gripper, which will analyze you to catch hold of the object. Okay. So now we will close this part. Then this robot is in the air. So what we will do, we will create a base for it. So how do we create a base? We'll click on any of this, add a solid. Okay, so this is a solid. And for this solid, you can write the name as base. Base, okay, this can be the base. And in the base, you will have to put the position. More than position, first let me write the size. Okay, so there's something like this is the base, this is a solid. Inside that solid, you will have to create another hierarchy. So children, there's something called children. In that children, I have clicked and I am making the shape. So in this shape, you will have to again write base for bot. Okay, base for bot. We'll create the shape name, and in shape name, so this is where we are gonna define the shape of the base on which the bot is gonna stay. So we'll click this appearance. This is basically we are giving properties to that particular base. Okay, because the simulator has to understand what are the properties for this particular base. So I have given something called PBR, which is the default property which they are asking us to give. Then I am giving it a color as this white color. Roughness is 1 and metal 0. So these are basically I'm giving properties to the base. That is the first stage. Now let me create the base actually. Okay, it's a box basically. So box is created. And if the box is created, what is the size of the box? So we will have to give a size of the box, and my size is 0.5, again 0.5, and this one again is 0.5. So the box is ready, and yeah, box is ready. And now next one I have to give it something called, I have to add some physics to it. Okay, before that I have to give a bounding box, which is bounding box means that box can be hitting the next part. That is why we call it a bounding object. Bounding object is nothing but the box has some kind of protection which can hit with the other part. So that we will have to define for the simulation to understand. So we will use bounding box for this box. Then we will add some physics to it, which will give mass to it. Okay, mass to the bot. Okay. Let's change the little shape size of this. 0.25 into 2. 12.5. What I'm right now doing is nothing but I'm just aligning it properly to the floor and the robot. I'm just aligning it with the positions, what position it has to be, that I'm aligning. That's okay. So this is done. The base is ready. So now you can see that the robot is ready, the base is ready. Now what it has to hold. Okay, so that we have to create. So let's create some solid blocks. Okay, so solid blocks with different colors so that the robot can understand what color it has to take. So to create solid blocks, I'll again click on this, put plus marks so that I will take something called solid from here. Okay, first block I can make it as yellow, no, sorry, green block. It's a green block. Now I have to give parameters for the green block. Okay, so translation, what position I require that green box? 0.82. Then 0.25. Then 0.3. Okay, so that is the position it has come. Okay, that is the position where the bot is gonna make the box, make the shape. Okay, it has come into one position. Point 5. I've moved the position away. Earlier it was near to the robot, so I've moved the position a little away. So let me keep. What should I keep? Okay. Children, okay, shape. Now inside children, I have to tell the simulation what is the shape of the box. So I am clicking on the shape. I name the shape as green box. Because naming is little important, we have to, else we get confused. So let's name it properly. So green box. I'm giving some parameters to it. What color should I give for the green color? So this is the colors can be okay. Before I give the colors, let me take the. I'll go to shape. I'm taking a box. So you can notice that there is a box which has come. Okay, there is a box which has come. So this box, I will have a size of the box 0.1, 0.1. That is fine. And now for the color, I have to change the color of the box. So base color of the box is make it 0, 0. So green. So you can see it is green color, but not enough green because I have to change some more parameters. Roughness, I have to make it 1, and then metalness, I have to make it 0. So what happens? It comes to a brighter green. Okay, so this brighter green will be visible for the camera. Okay, so I have changed this one. This one I have changed, and then what I have to do is to make the color. To make the color of wait, I'll have to change the color for recognition. There's something called recognition, which I'm searching for it. Recognition. Maybe not this. This is the color. Recognition colors. So in recognition colors also, we will have to change and tell the software that it is getting recognized as green color. Okay, so far good. I hope so. Okay, so now I've created a box on the. I've created a box on the what do you call conveyor belt, and the robot is here, and robot has to sort depending on the color of the color of the box it is picking. So now I have created the green. So similarly, let me create. So before that, again I have to give bounding object, a bounding object for the green box. Add. Let me add some physics also to it so that it has the property to move. Okay, so the physics is also added. And now I will have to create another box with the same features. So Control C and Control V, which is copy paste. Okay, copy paste is easy. So copy paste, and let me add a red block. Okay, red block with a different position. Red block has to be at a different position. So maybe I can add it at 4. Okay, so you can notice that it has created another block and the distance. Okay, and then we have something like a bounding object. Let me create a bounding object for this can be the green. So since it is a copy paste, everything is green. So now I have to create it for red color. Right. So physics is fine. So red color I have still not changed. So let me change the color. There is color, appearance and all it is given. Okay, color is here. Inside this, the color I am putting it. Basically, color is RGB. Okay, so if I make red as one, other two as zero, then the color changes to red color. Okay, if I make blue as one, other two to zero, then it makes as blue color. Okay, so that is also done. Now let me go to recognition. Where is recognition? Recognition is there. So in recognition again, I have to tell that to the recognition, I have to inform that this is a red color because only then the camera will be able to match according to our code. Okay, so red color. So this part is also done. Physics is added. Now, so one more color we'll put as blue. Control C, Control V. And here we go as blue color, LUE blue. And in blue color, I'll give a translation of 5.3. 5.3. Okay. So one important thing we forgot to save so far. Luckily, I remembered now. So I could save, else no, entire thing would have gone. So please remind me if I don't save for a long time. Okay, so this save is there. Now I'll add children. In the children, I'll change the name to blue box. BLUE, blue. And there also, let me change the color to and 1. So it's a blue color. So you can also notice that here also it has changed the color. Hit save. Now go to appearance, geometry, it's all same. What else? Bounding box. So let me go to bounding box. And I think I've changed the bounding box. So blue color is done. Physics, okay, done. Now recognition part I have to go. Recognition, I have to change the recognition to blue color. Okay. So blue color. So recognition part is also done. Right. Now my items are all available. I have saved it. Now I believe that when I put the code, it has to pick the block and it will put the block into different baskets. So now I have to make baskets for it to place. So how will I make baskets? There is a property, there is a library in which these baskets are also creatable. Okay. So how do I create the basket? 1 minute. Let me add. I'm adding. I can type in plastic. Okay, plastic crate. See here it is. So plastic crate I'm taking. So plastic crate by default it has come into one position. So that I will have to change. Okay. So whatever parts are available or taken from the library will have its own properties already put there. So the properties are 0. The properties are like the physics part, whether it has a bounding box, whether it has a color, all those things are already there. You want to change, you can change. Okay, I'm not changing those things. I'm just changing the location and the size so that it fits inside the place I want. Okay, rotation, size, where is the size? So the size part is 0.4. Again, 4. So it doesn't look nice. So let me change it a little bit. 6. And then this can be 0.25. Okay. So one box I have kept, but I have 3 different color boxes, right? To pick. So I need 3 locations, 3 places where I can put it. So again, I will save this. I'm changing the name to create one. Okay, for easy identification. Now let me do Control C, Control copy paste. I'll make it as create 2. And in create 2, let me change the position of create 2. So create 2 position, it is 0.48. Then I have 0 and 0. So it can't be 0, 0. 0.47, 0.48. Okay, something. Okay, so I will have to move it. Using this, I can move. Okay, minus 48. Now it's come to the correct position. Okay, the crate is the same size. Rest all remains the same. Now for the third block, let me create another crate. It's called crate 3. And I have to save. Saving. Then the 0.9. Okay. The rest are all the same. So I'll save this. So I believe my setup is ready. Okay. My setup, if you can see on the screen, it is a universal robot arm with a 3-finger connection. So we have cameras here, we have a distance sensor, then we have 3 blocks for testing. This is the conveyor belt, and once it moves, it has to move. Once it moves, it has to function. So our whole idea is that whatever the camera sees, whatever the camera sees, it will identify what color it is, and depending on that, it will put in the crates which are designed for that particular color. Okay, so this is what our environment is already set for this. Now, if I'll just save it first. Then if I play, you can see that the conveyor belt is moving. Okay, and the items are coming there, but nothing happens. There's nothing happening. It is all going and hitting each other. Why? Why is nothing happening? You notice? So this is blocking and it is not working. So the answer is that we have not written a code. Okay, we have to write a code so that if the simulator understands or simulator knows what it should do. So that is the whole idea. So we will be writing the code now. Before that, let me put it into the previous stage. Okay, it has to be in the previous stage. So writing the code, it is a big code. So for the easiness, easiness, what I've done, I've stored the code. Okay, I've stored the code, and we will be using that code here so that you can see the result fast. Okay, so inside the robot arm, I am going to controller. Controller is the code area. What is the code it has to run? So then I select the robot and ask for the code. The code is not here. Okay, where will the code be? Generally, the code has to be inside this. The code is not here. So I will have to do the hard way. I'll have to find the code. Robot new code. Okay, wait a minute. I'm just checking for the code. Yes, I think I have it. So I'll go open. So I go to the controller and I am creating a new robot controller. So new robot controller. So it is asking me what language I'm gonna write. So I prefer Python language. So I'm giving a Python language. So and in Python language you are write the code. I'm gonna create a new code. That's what I'm telling it. Okay, and then next. So it is asking whether to create a code in the script. So you can see on the right side, there is this code. By default it is giving. So by default, you can read the code and understand and all, and then proceed on how to do. So since this is a big simulation, writing the code I will is tedious. So I'm gonna delete this entire thing and put in the code which we have already tested. Okay. So I'm saving this. So this is the code. So you can see that it goes to say 100 lines of code. Okay. So yeah, I'm saving the code. Yeah, I'm saving the code, and now hopefully it is show time where you can see how it is gonna work. So this particular small window is what the camera sees. Okay, this window is what the camera sees. I hope it works. It's there. Oh, it's okay. Think. Now let me play. Okay, before that, I'll have to add the code. Okay, so this is a separate entity. This entity is a separate entity. So the code is written here. But if I have to attach it to the thing, attach it to the simulation which I have created, then I have to add it to that list. So I will open the controller, select the code. So now it has come. The code I have added, and I have to save. Let me run the code to see whether it works. See, the camera has come. You can see the camera. You can also notice that the thing is coming. Okay, let me give you a clear this. It is coming. You can see that it is identifying the block. And as it is coming closer, it grips, takes, and puts it into one of the basket. Again, it goes back, waits for the next block, and once it is nearer to catch, it will understand it's a red block, and you can see that it is put back into the last crater. By that time, the third block has come, and third block, you can lift it again, put it in the second set. Okay. So this is how a robotic simulation works. How many of you felt it is a wow scene? Just type in wow so that I get some reaction from it. So you just type in wow if you felt that the whole process was a wow. If you're there, okay, 69 people are there. Just type in wow if you liked it. I'll just play it once again. Come on, audience. Some response, you liked it, you didn't like it. We are coming to the end of the session. Okay. Fine. So I think we are closing this particular software. So going back to the PPT. So now it's time for the Q&A. Thank you for your time. I hope this session was interesting to, I don't know whether I'm talking to myself. Any doubts? Any doubts or discussion you want to make? We are open to do that. Chat actually working. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Soundarya ma'am. Thank you. Nice. Thank you, Kavita ma'am. Thank you so much. Some kind of motivational boost we get when you see something in the chat like this. Thank you so much. And any other doubts you have, please do ask. Mandeep Kaur, thank you, sir. for the interesting hands-on session. Thank you so much, Shashi sir. Thank you, AB. Agni ma'am, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Javarpreet Singh. During picking time, is there any? Okay, there's a doubt. During picking time, is there any chance of missing any object? So, during picking time, yes, of course, there is chance of missing the object. What controls the picking time is that it is controlled by the distance sensor. So, distance sensor is continuously calculated. If you have noticed, the values of the distance sensor will keep coming. So depending on the distance sensor, so for this particular project, we have given something less than 500. So immediately when the value comes less than 500, the gripper will start activating and the gripper will hold it. So there are less chance of it missing. And similarly, the time of the conveyor belt. So conveyor belt, if we are increasing the time of the conveyor belt, so by the time it goes and comes back, it might hit the block. So the conveyor belt also has to be optimized. So basically, you are doing a trial and error method on the simulation so that when in real time it comes, it becomes easier for you on what should be the speed of the conveyor belt, what should be the speed of the servo motors you are using in the robot, and those parameters can be achieved and understood. Yeah, any other questions? Thank you, ma'am. So, those who are getting interested in this hands-on, definitely download the software. There are so many predefined prototypes inside that. There are so many predefined prototypes inside that, which can be used or explored later also. So maybe tomorrow, we also have another session. Maybe tomorrow we have a session where we are trying to create a humanoid bot in that particular robot using the software itself. So once again, they pasted the software link where it is available. It's an open source, and you can do. Thank you. Thank you. Stop sharing.
A heartfelt thank you, Mr. Arun Raju, for his insightful and well-explained session on AI-driven robotics and automation. We truly appreciate both the theory session and the hands-on demonstration using webboard simulators. Your dedication is not only explaining the concept, but also working live and showcasing the simulation in webboards made the session highly engaging and informative. Thank you once again for sharing your expertise and providing us with such a valuable learning experience. Once again, thank you for this awesome session, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure. My pleasure. Once again, I have lots of gratitude towards the organizers for having me here and also the audience for a little bit of instruction. Would have been great if there was a lot of interaction, but I do understand when there is a continuous level of online sessions happening for a week. And as I said in the beginning itself, when it is the last, there's always a plus point, also a negative point. So sometimes this is like, okay, they have already gone through so many things and so many things are already heard. So anyway, ways, thank you so much, and good luck for whatever careers or whatever learnings you are. And once again, in a different occasion, if there is a possibility, we'll definitely meet, and you can ping me in case you have something interesting to share. Whatever I know, I would be happy to share. Okay, ma'am, we'll close the session, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Bye bye. Take care. See you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So dear participants, we will now take a short break and resume at 5:15 p.m. for the last session of our FTP. We kindly request all participants to fill out the attendance cum feedback form, which has been shared in the chat section. Please ensure you complete it before we begin the next session. Thank you. Thank you all. Okay. Discussing key advancements, real-world applications, and the future possibilities that these technologies hold for improving health outcomes globally. On behalf of Department of Computer Networking Family and PSG Polytechnic College, we are most delighted to welcome our distinguished alumni, Ms. Nakshatra Parthiban, Senior Unified Communications Engineer at Stanford Medicine, California. She has 15 years of industrial experience and she has completed Diploma in Computer Networking from PSG Polytechnic College. She has completed her Bachelor's of Science in Information Technology and Master's of Business Administration in Information Systems. She is specializing in digital health transformation. Nakshatra Parthiban was the former Cisco and Cognizant engineer focused on video services, telepresence, and global collaboration. She is leading the development and implementation of a comprehensive digital health transformation strategy, including telehealth and patient communication systems, enhancing Stanford Children's digital roadmap, and driving a revolution in digital health services. She has also led the video conferencing deployments, provisioning Cisco endpoints, managing telepresence systems, ensuring timely room releases, and maintaining global conferencing infrastructure for seamless collaboration across Cisco and client locations. She has also designed and deployed a global Cisco telepresence solutions, implemented fixed bridging, integrated Microsoft Link, enabled live streaming, and optimized Cognizant video infrastructure for cost savings and efficiency. I welcome Nakshatra to deliver her address on future of AI and IoT. Thank you.
Hi, ma'am. Thank you so much for the introduction. And I'm happy to meet all of you virtually. And yeah, let me hope all of you could see my presentation. All right. So thanks everyone for joining today's session. I hope you all had a fantastic time diving into AI over the past few days. I'm sure that there's been so much that you've learned, and you've picked up some great insights along the way. So today, we're going to keep the momentum going with an interactive session. So I want this to be a space where we can exchange ideas, ask questions, and really engage with each other. So don't hold back. If you have any questions, just jump in and put it on the chat. So looking forward for an exciting discussion, and let's make this session as insightful and fun as possible. So let's get started. And yeah, and as Priya ma'am mentioned, I'm Nakshatra Parthipan, a senior unified communications engineer at Stanford Children's Health in California. So at Stanford, I'm leading a digital health transformation that's changing the game when it comes to telehealth and patient communication. We are working on building a seamless experience for patients, their families, and providers, making healthcare more accessible and efficient. And it's all about revolutionizing how healthcare is delivered, right? So ensuring we are at the forefront of innovation. So when we talk about the future of healthcare, one thing is for sure, which is AI and IoT are going to take things to the next level. So we are already seeing how AI has been transforming the patient care, especially from the early diagnosis to even personalizing the treatment plans. And with IoT, we are integrating more devices than ever. So making health data real time and actionable as well. So let's talk about how AI is changing the game in healthcare. So, artificial intelligence is powered by technologies like machine learning, natural language processing, and computer vision, which is revolutionizing the way we approach medical care, research, and even operations, right? So, we are going to talk about how these changes happen. And if you see that, I mean, we use AI for the early disease detection, where AI can analyze the X rays and MRIs and scans, and it spots issues like cancer before they even become bigger problems. And also, we predict health risks. Like AI helps doctors predict if a patient might get sick in the future, and it allows them for early intervention and also to treat them. And speeding up the drug discovery. So, AI accelerates the whole process of creating and testing new medications, and it saves time and lives. And if you see AI in surgery side, like they are robots powered by AI assist. They actually assist the doctors in performing the very precise surgeries. It even reduces the human error. And there are even personalized treatment plans where AI looks at the patient's history and it suggests the best course of treatment, like which is just tailored for them. And it does streamline hospital operations. Like AI makes scheduling, billing, and paperwork much more easier than we could ever think. So healthcare workers does focus on what really matters, which is the patient care, right? So quick health advice, which is the AI powered chatbots that are available 24 by 7 to answer any health questions. So there's no waiting around for the patients. And when we talk about the remote monitoring, so AI keeps an eye on patients' health, where from afar and alerts them. If there's something wrong, then it alerts the doctors so that they can start their treatment plan. I'm sure like AI is helping make healthcare more efficient, accessible, and even accurate than ever before. So it's exciting to see where we'll go from here, right? So there's a lot of new changes that's come to the healthcare system with the help of AI. And with this, we see a lot of, it's the same like we treat with a medical diagnosis. So it analyzes all the MRI, CT scans. It detects diseases, even the fractures or cancer or TB cells. So it analyzes way ahead, and it predicts risk. It has the capability to analyze the patient data. It helps the doctors to at least make a perfect plan, and in an approach where they can detect things at an early stage. And it speeds up the process of developing new drugs by analyzing the molecular structures, and it predicts how they interact with diseases. It really takes a whole lot of time to discover any new medication in today's world. But then with AI, say you have like thousands and millions of pages to research about before making a drug, which is a medicine. But then with AI, it just takes fraction of minutes, in fact, to analyze this entire set of data and get some predictions on this medication that has to be done. And there are so many robotics AIs assisted robots in today's world. I'm not sure how well in India, but at least in US we have a lot of robots that help in a lot of surgeries and minimal invasive treatments. And with AI, it could actually analyze the patient's genetic data and the medical history to recommend their specific personalized treatment. Say, if the great great ancestor had some issues with the DNA analysis, they could analyze that this specific patient, even if it is a newborn or like preborn, like it's even in the womb, they can detect the medical history that the baby would have, and they could personalize the treatment for them. So that's possible only with AI assets. And with the hospital management, it takes a whole lot of time when you talk about the patient scheduling and to the entire patient care system. This makes things a lot more easier. And as I spoke, like there are so many remote monitoring devices that actually track patients. It also takes vital signs. It alerts the doctor. Say, like, there's a senior person who's really old, they couldn't come to the hospital at all, then they have this devices attached to them where it even monitors the heart rate or the oxygen level, and it keeps alerting or updating the actual system, the patient record, that okay, this patient's health condition is so and so, or it's getting worse or it's getting better. And they kind of keep in touch in few chronic conditions where it's pretty severe. They use this technology to treat those patients. And I just want to run down on how AI impacts us in real time everyday life, right? I'm sure most of you, know about the Siri who has iPhones. So it's the same like Alexa or Google Assistants. I'm sure Alexa has become so popular in recent days, where it kind of assists, like with and answers any questions, and you control a lot of smart devices within your home, like say, hey Siri, hey Alexa, just turn off the light. So it does control the home, which is very cool, right? So there's so many such voice assistant that has come in today's world. And when you talk about the Netflix and YouTube recommendation, have you seen that the AI in it, which suggests like which shows or movies that you would like to watch based on the historical movies that you have watched, right? And it kind of changes your watching habits totally, right? It turns in and suggests that even the YouTube, like you might have seen certain type of YouTube videos, and the same videos keep coming again and again and again. So that's where AI is kind of embedding within us, and it kind of changes the people's mindset and what they have to watch. And literally, Netflix and YouTube or any similar the platform, it changes the humans pattern, right, like of watching or whatever. So that's how AI is impacting us in today's world. When you talk about the Google Translate, I'm not sure if you have experience, have you, like say when you're like going to a different country and like you wants to talk to someone in their own language or like try to understand what they're talking. I'm sure you might have used this Google Translate. So which with that AI, like it just converts the based on the language that you speak, and it converts to the other language. So even that is performed with AI. And I'm sure, like, many people are using ChatGPT. So where it's a chatbot, it answers and questions and generates a lot of content. So a lot of people use that in recent days, and there's so many competitors that's coming in as well, right? And if you see about the Gmail's capability, it actually automatically filters spam, right? That's AI by itself. So it actually auto detects and blocks the unwanted emails. So these are few cool stuff that I'm sure major percentage of people are using in today's world. So to talk about how AI, in business and finance, I just want to touch through all of this and just don't want to keep talking about healthcare, because these are few things that you use in real time in real world, right? So where with the chatbots, like you use it with the banking apps, the customer service, it automatically they keep a name for the chatbot, and it keeps answering for any questions that you ask. So those are as well like and then with the fraud detections, the credit card companies use this a lot. It spots a lot of suspicious transactions, and it actually prevents the fraud, from happening. And with the stock market predictions, it does like analyze a lot of trends, how other investors invest, and it kinds of recommends what type of stocks that you should invest. So in fact, like it's turning how the investment should go, and the entire stock market, how's that going to run. It all is going to depend on this AI to make the decisions and not humans, right? And with the automated resume screening, so a lot of HRs use this where it tries of it sorts out a lot of job applications, makes things easier. They just don't have to scrub through this whole process. And you know what? Like they are smart enough that if you're writing a resume in chat GPT, they're smart enough to just catch that and say, hey, this is not gonna work, and they're not gonna give a job for you just because they're not capable enough to write on their own. But that's where this next gen is going on. And with the marketing, and I'm sure a lot of people are using this Facebook and Google ads if they are running some businesses, where it targets a specific based on the specific behavior. So yeah, I'm sure most of you might have seen this in very common. So which in real life, there's so many people are using that. So let's dive into some of the cutting edge AI technology that's transforming healthcare in today's world with the examples. So if you see, IBM Watson Health is a program which helps doctors analyze massive amount of medical data. So it makes the diagnosis quicker and more accurate. It's like having a super smart assistant that can spot things that a human eye for sure might miss. And I'm not sure if you've heard about this development or the program called the Google DeepMind. So, where it has developed a system that can detect eye diseases and even cancer just by analyzing your medical retinal scans. So, it makes the early detection much more easier. So, this can be a game changer for a lot of patients, and this is being developed by the Google. And I'm sure it's not like widely used. They're still on the trial phase, testing things stuff. And this thing called the Da Vinci surgical system, which is actually a robot assisted tool that's actually revolutionizing surgery. So it gives surgeons incredible precision. It reduces the risk of complication, and it speeds up recovery time for patients because like you're not like tearing apart a whole lot of your skin. So it's just very minimally does this surgeries. And the next one is the BioHealth. It's an AI powered chatbot that offers medical advice based on the symptoms that they have. So it's like having a virtual doctor available like 24 by 7 just to help with your health concerns. And then I'm sure you might have heard of this Apple Watch and Fitbit, where I'm sure many of them use that for tracking the footsteps, but it actually does track the heart rate. So it also detects the health issues with the irregular heartbeats. And these devices are turning into the personal health monitor devices, which are very popular now. And it alerts you to the problems before they even become so serious. So these innovations are just the beginning, actually. We are only scratching the surface of how AI can enhance healthcare, but it's pretty exciting to think what's going to be the next, that's going to come in. When you talk about the medical diagnosis and imaging, I'm going to run down how the world would be without using an AI compared to the one that we are using with the AI and with the examples. So let's deep dive. But before that, I just want to pause to take any questions if you have. Please feel free to just type in your questions on the chat, and we'll go through the questions together. And I'll just give it a minute. And I don't see any messages. I'm just gonna continue. All right. So, yeah, as I told, like the AI helps doctors analyze medical scans, right? And it detects easier, earlier, and more accurately. So, how would that be without an AI, right? So, a radiologist, like they are taking an MRI or a CT scan, they actually take 2 to 5 days to just manually analyze an X-ray, MRI, or CT scan. Say that's how it was like few years back, right? And it actually is complex. Like say if it is a cancer detection that they have to wait, it may takes weeks for them to get a second opinion. But with having an AI, running this, we can analyze the scans just in seconds to minutes with very high accuracy. Say in very in growing in developed countries, I would say this is very common. They just get the results very instantly, rather than in few countries where it takes like literally like few days for us to get that. And with this, there are a few companies who does research on this, which is Google DeepMind. It's as I mentioned, they detect eye diseases, they detect breast cancer, and also the kidney diseases from the scans that they make. And the other company that does the medical vision thing is the Zebra Medical Vision. And so their AI system actually reads the medical imaging scans to identify any abnormalities like a fracture or a tumors, like brain tumors and all those stuff. And there's one called Path AI. So it's an AI powered pathology tool. Pathology is like, analyzing the blood, so blood cells, and also the blood and the different type of pathogens within that, the blood, the test that they've done. So that helps doctors to even diagnose cancer more precisely with this Path AI. So when they talk about this predictive analytics and early disease detection, so without an AI, so doctors has to rely on a periodic checkups and based on the patient's symptoms, which may take actually months or years to keep like just watching their symptoms and conditions, right? And there's a lot of manual risk assessments for chronic disease that actually takes several weeks based on the data analysis. But with AI, it can predict disease and risks in real time, just based on the health records and wearable data, like the wearable healthcare devices. And it also reduces the disease detection, say from months to days. Earlier we didn't have all this, networking connection between different countries, or this whole set of patient data. But then, glad that we have a lot of patient data for the providers, which is the doctors, to make informed decisions. And this is being used by IBM Watson Health, where they analyze medical records to predict diseases like cancer and diabetes. And there's a company called Heart Flow AI. So they create these 3D models of the heart, and it detects the heart diseases based on that. And there's a Bioformers where it actually tracks patients' health data to predict any heart failure, the risk before it actually happens. So let's move on to the AI in the surgery part. So in the surgery, like AI-powered robotic systems, they help doctors to perform very minimal and highly precise surgeries. Say without an AI, say a traditional surgery that can take 4 to 10 hours, but again depends on the complexity, and also the recovery time is longer due to a very larger incision, right? And also with a lot of human error risk that's tied into it. But with an AI, they can reduce the procedure time by 20 to 50%. And it's also less invasive, where it leads to a faster recovery times. And the few companies or the developments that they've done is like the Da Vinci surgical system. It's a robotic assisted surgery tool that enhances the precision and the procedures for like the prostate and the heart surgeries. And this is called this Measure Robotics. It's called Medtronic. They are an AI assisted spine surgery technology, and that's for the better accuracy. There's another company called the Corindus, and they have this Corindus AI robotics, which uses an AI to assist in the cardiac and the brain surgeries with all this, the bypass surgeries and all of these major brain surgeries are used. They use this AI Corindus to have a better precision, especially it's very sensitive area for them to be very careful about it. And yeah, virtual health assistance has been very common irrespective of the developed country versus a developing country. So these chatbots provide a very quick medical advice, and they actually help patients manage their health. So here in US, there's a lot of healthcare system. They have a proper CRM, and they have a proper, login and information for all the patients. So they kind of have this virtual assistant, this chatbot, where they don't want to spend a lot of time just dealing with the patients and giving them answers for every simple question that they ask. So they use this AI, especially when without an AI, it takes hours to days to even get any doctor appointment or talk to a doctor or like talk to some medical assistant, get some basic advice. It's but and also the call centers. If you're calling in a call center number, it takes hours to answer basic health questions. But with AI, there's AI chatbots that give instant responses. It reduces wait time from hours to seconds, and it also have they can handle millions of patient queues. So in Stanford, we have deployed few things like where we send a patient communication message, like say you have if they have any questions, just log into certain portals, and if they would like to schedule something, we give a number in a text like, hey, do you want to schedule something? Just like text in with number 1 or 2, and there'll be a person that will be calling them, and it automatically when they respond to a message, it automatically ties into a call center system and it connects to the patient. So there's a lot of new invention that's being made in today's world, around this health assistance, which reduces the time of the nurses as well as the doctors. And it's pretty expensive as well. Like in US, like getting everything, especially in the healthcare, is huge cost compared to India or any other developing countries. Having AI assistant with the entire healthcare system, it saves a lot of money and time. And with the BOI Health, there's like AI chatbot, which actually suggests the symptoms, and it also suggests the possible conditions based on the symptoms that they've given. And there's something called Ada Health, which is an AI-powered medical assistant that provides a personalized health guidance. Say you given something that you are having a mild symptom of so and so disease, or like at least mild symptoms, and then it probes with a lot of questions, and then it comes back and say, hey, you might have so and so, so just go to a doctor and verify. So such simple medical advices based on few prompts is being done with this with the help of this such Ada Health and the other AI assisted bots. And there's something called WooBot. It's a chatbot. It's for the mental health therapy and then emotional support. So in few countries, the stress, anxiety, and mental health is a huge problem, and it impacts a whole lot of ecosystem, right? So with this therapy, so it kind of soothes their mind, like it kind of asks a lot of questions, and based on their input, it kind of soothes this whole mental health and therapy around it. And in the drug discovery, I'm sure like, it's going to take 10 to 15 years and cost billions. But with the manual testing of drug interactions is extremely slow as well. But with AI, the drug discovery, which is, getting a medicine for any issues, it reduces the time by 3 to 5 years. And it also identify the potential drugs in months instead of years. I'm sure most of us might have known about this pandemic where we dealt with all this COVID-19. And, if AI was not there, it might have taken 10 to 15 years or even more, like how the era of, early 1900s, with a lot of other issues like the Ebolas or during this World War times, there's been a lot of outbreak that has happened in the past. And it took them like more than 10 to 15 years for them to recover from this whole thing. But in today's world, if you see in the pandemic and the COVID-19, it hardly took us like 2 years, and we were not even patient for that, right? Even for that 2 years, we were like just let's say how far it's going to take to get us a medicine. But then at least we should be glad that we at least got medications within that 2 to 3 years time frame. And many company it takes a lot of more research time if they're not using AI. And a few companies are like this Atomwise. It uses it discovers new drugs for diseases like Ebola and this other very chronic diseases that they try to develop new drugs for. And there's the benevolent AI, which it helps to find the new drug treatments for even conditions like Alzheimer's or Parkinson's. These are like few chronic conditions which are getting very common now, and so this helps to find new drugs for them. And there's something called the in silico medicine. So it predicts how drugs interact with the diseases and how medications helps the disease pattern. Like does it understands the pattern on how soon or well they are recovering from using this specific medication versus not. And yeah, there's a personalized treatment, like say if the doctors have to manually look through the entire patient history of you, and like if they have to customize specific treatment, for sure with this time, and we don't have enough time to wait for weeks or months, right? That's how it takes without an AI. But with an AI, so it can process the genetic data in just minutes. Say you feed in all your information, just run it. It's gonna automatically give you a personalized treatment. Like what has to be, like say if you're into a diabetic, you're diabetic and you have to get certain treatment based on that. And this just gives you this whole entire treatment in minutes. And this Tempus AI, so it actually analyzes the genomic data, and it creates a personalized cancer treatments. And this GNS Healthcare, it uses AI to predict how different a patient could respond to the different treatments that they do. And this IBM Watson, that is, they created one for the oncology. So oncology is more to treating the cancer patients. So it has a AI driven treatment recommendation plan for all the cancer patients. And the wearable tech, I'm sure with that, without having wearing a Apple Watch or Fitbit, how many of you can track your footsteps or your heart rate in everyday basis, or even in every second basis? It's hard, right? And also there are a few devices that actually send communication if the patient is on emergency. There are a few chronic patients where they are bedridden patients, and for them it is easy for them to just click on a button if they're running into an emergency. So those are few situations where AI comes to place. So it tracks the whole data, and it alerts doctor even if the patient is not clicking that emergency button, because it keeps monitoring them in real time always. So with the Apple Watch and Fitbit, it actually detects the irregular heartbeats, and it warns the users of potential heart problems, so that they go into a medical provider and take a look in detail if they are still running into any heart problems. And then there's about the biointelligence bio Baron, which is an AI wearable that monitors the temperature, heart rate, and the respiratory rate. And then the current health, so it actually tracks the patient vitals remotely to prevent any hospital readmissions. And when we talk about the hospital operations, it's very complex. If you already have an insurance, and if you have to run through an insurance claims or a schedule or medical billing, it in reality, it actually takes days to weeks to do this whole thing. At least in India, it's not the case. You just go to a doctor, get an appointment, and see a doctor. But in US, that's not the case. If you are running out of something, unless you are dying, they're not going to give you an appointment. So you have to prove them that, hey, I'm really dying, I couldn't breathe, and then they get an appointment for you. That is real. That's what is happening in US. And we either have to go to an urgent care or an emergency care, and scheduling is a huge problem in the countries like US. So with the AI, they actually reduce the time, and now there's a scheduling system where we just type in, hey, I want so and so appointment, and this is my medical condition, and then they decide, and that automatically they have a pattern where it automatically decides that, okay, this patient can have, based on the condition that they are explaining, this patient can have an appointment, like earlier than waiting for a month or so. It is in reality, there are a few specialty sections where it takes month to literally months to just get an appointment. Say there are few AI companies that generate and develop a lot of apps to overcome all this administrative tasks. So this Olive AI, so it automates the administrative tasks like the insurance claims or the medical billing and all those stuffs. There's Nabla AI. It's an AI powered voice assistant. It actually helps doctors with the note taking. So always anything that is being done, even a surgery, they kind of note take, like what is actually happening. Hey, this time we started the surgery, and this time, I had an experience where on my C-section, The doctor has to say it aloud within the surgery team, and we are treating so and so patient. This is the time that we are starting. We are starting to give this medicine. We are starting to have this level of invasive, and all of this is recorded. So the AI, so in today's world, like there are AI who just automatically takes notes of that. Else there will be a nurse or just a note taker who takes notes of the entire event that's happening. Just think about the additional expense that we have to do for this additional person who's doing nothing, just doing the note taking, right? So that's where like this AI comes in, where it automatically records everything, puts in all notes that this has been done at this time. And with the insurance, that's what we need, right? For them to claim this whole thing, that to just prove them that is true in instance. So yeah, before I move on to this, I just want to pause to take any questions if you have. All right. If not, I'll just proceed. And I'm just going to talk about how AI is performing in developed countries versus developing countries. When I mean about the developed countries like US, UK, they are a pretty developed compared to India, or like, even other few countries around, which is still on the developing stage. So there's advanced AI integration that's been done with a lot of healthcare, especially with the large hospitals and even the urban centers. They use AI a lot, starting from the cancer detection to the robotic surgeries, and even the AI-driven research labs. They use AI integration everywhere. And about the funding and infrastructure, there's strong funding and infrastructure support when it comes to AI implementation. Because with the many startups and tech giants like Google and Microsoft, there's so many other giants. They are driving innovation, and healthcare is one of the premium sector that they target to sell their tech devices. And the healthcare companies does have a good amount of money to spend on, because it's very expensive when it comes to healthcare. And data availability, so with the rich data sets that's being used for training AI models, it improves the accuracy in diagnostics and also the personalized medicine. So that actually gives a better ranking to the healthcare systems. And there's also a ranking system based on how efficiently the technology has been used in the healthcare. And then about the regulatory support. So there are actually regulations in healthcare to make it easier to implement and scale AI solutions. There's the government agency that regulates this whole process as well. And there are AI chatbots, telemedicine, remote patient monitoring. They're very commonly used. And I have implemented telehealth and remote patient monitoring devices a lot, especially in the Stanford healthcare system. We use a lot of, we are a high-tech hospital where we use a lot of AI developed applications. So in the developing countries, there are targeted AI projects, like when there was an outbreak like dengue or COVID-19, they kind of track, and there are there are basic diagnostic tools in rural clinics. And with the many with a limited infrastructure, so basically in many hospitals, especially in rural areas, there's a lack of this infrastructure to support this advanced AI tools. Excuse me for a minute. Just give me 1 minute. All right. Oh, let me start the sharing again. All right. So yeah, there's a lot of regulatory hurdles there are emerging startups. So let's talk about the comparative insights. So with the AI in diagnostics, there are few countries that has sophisticated AI tools, but India still has to focus on it. And there's an AI in surgery. So there are robotic surgeries which are more common in few countries. It's due to a very higher investment in healthcare, while India actually sees very limited use. All right, let's talk about IoT. And before that, I just want to give you a couple of minutes and and take any questions that you have. Yeah, I'm just going to pause for a few minutes and take any questions on the chat before I move ahead. All right. I don't see any questions, so I'm just going to continue. All right. So I'm sure all right. So yeah, IoT is again, it's all about remote monitoring, personalized treatment, which we talked about a lot, and the data-driven insights as well, right? And I'm just gonna give you few examples of how the IoTs work in recent days. I talked about the Fitbit, Apple Watch, and the next one is the smart IV pumps. These pumps are used to administer medication to patients in hospitals. And then if you see about the smart glucose monitors, there are wearable ECG monitors, and also the patient monitoring that we talked about. Yeah. And about the pacemakers, they monitor the monitor heart activity remotely, and it alerts doctors to any irregularities that they see. And about the smart inhalers, they actually track the inhaler usage and send data to the healthcare. And this smart bandages, have you heard about it? So it actually monitors the wound healing. Say there's a wound and you put this smart bandage. That in fact like monitors this how depth the wound is getting better. And this thing called the connected stethoscopes, it actually records and sends the heart sounds to specialists for the remote analysis. And you can just go on this thermometers, this smart hospital beds, this is blood pressure monitor, and this medication dispenser which actually dispenses a lot of medications. And it also alerts when there's a missed dose when the patient doesn't take it. So this is the future inventions of AI. So there's going to be personalized medicine. There'll be an AI diagnostic that diagnoses the entire issues in an early and an accurate format. And this called remote healthcare, which actually designs and enhances virtual consultation. And we talked about the healthcare chatbots, predictive analysis, smart wearables, mental health AI. So these are the future inventions of AI. When we talk about the AI related startups, there's so many that's coming in today's world. So when you talk about the remote patient monitoring platform, there's a lot of IoT devices and AI that monitors the patient health remotely, and it actually provides early diagnostics. There's so many that's coming up as a startup. and also the AI wearables to give a tough competition for this Fitbit and Apple Watch. There's a lot of new wearables that actually track much more chronic conditions. And yeah, the telemedicine it's already started a couple of years back, but when there's an AI enhancement on that, where say there's a consultation, a telehealth consultation, and then the patient gives in some data, okay, this is so and so is happening. Then with this AI telemedicine, they actually it automatically recommends. On the other side, they might be a doctor assistant, just based on the input that they've given, it can automatically personalize that virtual consultation and the diagnostics from them. And yeah, the smart health clinics, which is just getting popular, where it has this entire patient monitoring system and the remote clinic workflows. And there's AI that is going to be on the medical management to dispense all the medications. And it also offers the custom wellness plans, like with the personal fitness apps, which is very common these days. And yeah, these are, and also with the elderly care, which is very important in US especially. There are so many new devices that's coming in on that platform as well. And yeah, so for sure, AI is expected to bring even more advancements, like AI powered robotics nurses, like where robots are nurses, right? And they are involved in the patient care. And also the real time AI diagnosis through smart devices and fully automated hospitals with AI driven workflows where you see robots driving in all the way, like say a receptionist, you don't have a person, it's a robot talking to you, doing everything on the hospital. I mean, it's weird, but then that's where the future is going. And also an AI driven precision medicine tailored to each individual. So there's a specific medicine just given to each individual rather than the bulk manufacturing. So yeah, that's even doable. That's what is expected and people are researching about. All right. So how is AI improving patient care today? It is significantly improving for sure. And there's a lot of good things happening, good developments and innovation that's happening within the healthcare system that's changing things a whole lot. Now let's make it pretty more interesting and interactive going forward. I'm sure it's been a long day for all of you, but it will be great. Let's get your chat ready, and we're gonna run through a few questions as well. So, do you know like what aspect of AI in healthcare excites you the most? So, AI is actually revolutionizing patient care. So, by streamlining administrative tasks, it improves the diagnosis accuracy, and it offers the personalized treatment plans. But for instance, AI algorithms, it analyzes the medical images more accurately than even humans. So it enables doctors to catch any abnormalities at an early stage. That improves the outcomes of it, right? All right. So, yeah, I mean, has anyone had a healthcare experience where AI made a big difference? I would love to hear your stories. It's time for us to be interactive rather than just hearing one way. Just put on the text if you have had any such stories that we would love to know. If AI has impacted your life and made any difference, just put it on the chat window, and I would love to see that. I think this whole crowd is pretty quiet, and I don't see a lot of messages. There's a chat window. You can just click on the chat and type in your message, and I would be able to see. All right, I think the group is silent. So, how does AI assist doctors in diagnosing diseases? So, that's what, okay, I don't see anyone yet. All right. So AI assists doctors by providing, the data-driven insights from vast amounts of the medical records and research that a human could not like scratch through the whole thing, and also the diagnostic tools. So it actually supports the doctors by identifying the patterns that might be overlooked and suggesting the most probable diagnosis on them. For instance, the AI powered tools like the IBM Watson, they've been used in the cancer research and diagnosis a lot, and that is being used worldwide. So, what's your opinion? What doctor's job due to AI in future? I mean, they might still have that's a good question. So I have someone asking that what will be the doctor's job due to AI in future? Yes. And I also have a question that like we are seeing applications a lot like Arogya Setu during the COVID-19 era. Yes, that is true. And things are changing. There's a lot new developments when there's new issues that's coming in, right? And the doctor's job will will not eventually change. However, we need doctors, we need humans to do something. But it will reduce the, the time that they are seeing the doctors. So which makes things more efficient. The doctors can concentrate on better research and more new things coming to the world. And because doctors might have time because AI is doing a lot of stuff that doctors are doing. So the doctor might have enough time to run through a couple of other innovations and research that they had to do as a human, right? And we had to for sure a lot of things change in India versus US, where this time saving for the doctors is benefit a lot, and they benefit in a way where they can do efficient things, complex things, and they can see more patients and all those stuff. And yeah, this new applications, whenever, and I'm glad, like the Arogya Setu that has come in during this pandemic. People are really thinking about bringing innovation and app when there is a need, right? That's the recent generation that's doing that. That's a good thing. So yeah, so while AI will significantly change how healthcare is delivered, but it's very unlikely that the humans will be changed, which is doctors. But instead, like these tools will enhance the decision making. It also automates the tedious tasks that they have to do. It gives the data insights for the doctors to make the right decision. When nobody can replace the doctor's empathy and experience and the clinical judgment, AI could even make a mistake for sure, because we as a humans just implant whatever we are thinking to be the right. But we always need doctors, and I think the team is starting to interact, and I would appreciate if many of you interact, and we're gonna play a game. So yeah, have your meeting chat window opened, and it will be cool. I'm just gonna see how many of you are seriously listening versus just like staring at your screen. I hope all of you are ready. Can you just say yes on the chat if you're still looking at the screen or hearing it and not just staring at the screen? Okay, I see yes. Yes, thank you. All right, let's keep up the momentum. Let's start to play a game. And I'm sure it's been a long day for all of you, so let's make it a little more fun and not to be learning all the time. But it's in a way like we are gonna play a game based on what we learned so far. So, all right, keep your meeting chat ready. Um, the first question is, what does AI stand for in the context of healthcare? It's very simple one, but I'm going to see how many of you are seriously listening to it. So the option A is artificial intelligence. Option B is automated imaging. Option C is analytical interpretation. And option D is aesthetic integration. Just type in it's A, B, C, or D on the chat window, and we'll see how many are responding currently. All right, I see varied responses. So what does AI stand for in the context of healthcare? All right. Okay. I see. Okay. I see a lot of mixed reviews like A, B, C. I'm sure you guys are staring the screen because the answer is artificial intelligence. And the answer is A, artificial intelligence. Let's move on to the next one. All right. For those who are just staring the screen, please be active. Let's make it more interactive and let's make it fun. The next question is, which AI powered tool is commonly used for medical image analysis to detect diseases like cancer? A, Siri, B, IBM Watson Health, C, Alexa, and D, Google Assistant. I see a lot of, okay, I see good responses this time. And I have a question like how the AI may be useful in predicting diseases. You know, when they predict diseases at an earlier stage, there are chances that they can do their data research and generate a drug medication at an early stage compared to later. And they have data to actually sort out that problem and make sure that's not, we find researches and we make sure that we try to solve that as sooner as possible. So that in that way AI helps to do the researches and to gather patient insights, because it might be large data around, if say if we are detecting certain diseases around the world, there's something new coming in, so we can, with AI we can analyze the patterns. So yeah, I hope I answered that, and if you have a follow-up question, please do post on the chat window. And I think this time I have good responses, and the answer is B, IBM Watson Health. All right, good team. I think all of you are listening now. And I expect the same kind of responses for the next one. So, what disease is AI most commonly used to predict in early stages through analyzing medical history and genetic data? A, flu, B, diabetes, C, colds, D, malaria. All right, I'm gonna give you a few seconds. And I'm not score anything, so even if it is wrong, it's okay. We are just learning through it. It's just a fun way of learning. So just post your answers in the chat, and I'm not gonna catch you for that. So don't worry. I'm just running through the alphabets on my chat window. So don't make it. I'm not gonna make it complicated. All right, I see a lot of mixed answers, and the answer is B, diabetes. So diabetes is the most commonly used one to predict or the early stages. And the next one is, which of the following is an example of AI being used in surgery? A, robotic surgery assistance, B, AI for physical therapy, C, AI enhanced medical billing, and D, AI personal health assistance. So I'm just gonna let you, score yourself. So I have a question here. So where they're asking about the ways of improving the reliability of the AI in the healthcare sector. You know, for us, I mean, the research has to prove it. You know, the reliability at this early stage, it might be tough, and more intense research and data insights will prove how reliable they are. And it requires more clinical trials as well. So the more the trial that they have, the accurate results that they give, and people can rely on it. And especially, when people start using AI, it is tough for them to roll back. So yeah, I mean, the research has to decide that. And I see a lot of answers, mixed answers on this too, but I see a lot of A's, and which is right. Yes, robotic surgery assistance is an example of an AI that's being used in surgery. It is very clear on the question by itself. So, and the next one is, what is one major ethical concern when using AI in healthcare? A, accuracy of the diagnosis, B, overuse of AI tools, C, patient privacy and data security, and D, the cost of AI tools. All right. All right, I get a lot of mixed answers. And if you haven't typed in your answer, just please type in your answer on the chat window. All right. I see a lot of A's and C's, but the answer is C, patient privacy and data security. And the next one is, which AI technology is most commonly used to provide virtual healthcare consultations to patients? A, Siri, B, virtual health assistants, C, GPS systems, and D, smart thermostats. I get a feel of I'm just reminding about this crorepati show where they give option A, option B with very simple answers. But I'm sure it is pretty easy, but I just wanted to make this so much fun. And yeah, I hope people get relate to that. And again, I'm dealing with a lot of faculties here, so don't get me wrong, if I'm making you answer all this, but it's just for fun. And I see a mixed answer of A, B, yeah, a lot of B's. Okay, the answer is B. You're right. Virtual health assistants. And the next one is, AI is revolutioning drug discovery by analyzing vast amounts of data. Which pharmaceutical company used AI to help develop a COVID-19 vaccine? Option A, AstraZeneca. Option B, Pfizer BioNTech. Option C, Moderna. Option D, Johnson and Johnson. When I talk about all these options with a Pfizer, Moderna, so all of these brands, they actually created a COVID-19 vaccine. But which one did use AI to develop it? The one that came out first, first to the world, not just to India or like US. So first to the world. All right, I get a mixed answers of B, C, and you have told A. The right answer is B, Pfizer BioNTech. Which of these is a form of machine learning that AI uses to make healthcare predictions? A, deep learning, B, neuroplasticity, C, metabolic adaptation, and D, cognitive development. All right, I get a lot of chats now. I appreciate that. All right, I get a lot of A's. I'm glad, but just few C's, not too many. And the answer is A, deep learning. The next question is, how is AI helping elderly patients with chronic conditions? A, by monitoring vital signs in real time, B, by assisting with the legal documents, C, by performing surgery, and D, by reducing hospital visits. So how is AI helping elderly patients with chronic conditions? I'm glad I see a lot of A's and the answer is right. It's by monitoring vital signs in real time. So, in the field of radiology, AI is most commonly used to assist with option A, diagnosis of broken bones, option B, identifying tumors in medical images, option C is creating patient care plans, and option D is managing hospital finances. In the field of radiology, AI is most commonly used to assist with. All right, I see a lot of answers saying it's B. That is right, it's identifying tumors in medical images. I'm glad many of you are replying. Thank you so much. And let's move on to the next game. So this is called Who Am I? So I'm going to read out a sentence or few sentences. You're going to guess who or like what that is. Okay, that's called Who Am I? Are you ready for the next game? All right. So I'm going to read out this, and you have to guess who am I, which is who is that specific thing that I'm talking about. I use deep learning to analyze medical images, identifying potential abnormalities like tumors or fractures in X-rays, CT scans, and MRIs. My goal is to support doctors in making more accurate diagnosis. Who am I? You can just type the sentence if you know something, or even like a, oh my God, I got the first right answer. I appreciate that. All right, it's AI powered medical imaging system like IBM Watson Health, Google DeepMind. These are few answers. So the next question is, or like the next sentence is, I analyze historical health data, patient demographics, and genetics to forecast the likelihood of diseases like diabetes and heart disease. My primary goal is to predict health risks before they manifest clinically. Who am I? The time starts now. I'm just looking for a few answers and then I'll reveal it. All right. I think, okay. I don't see an answer for that. Okay. There's someone. Okay. I get right answers. It's predictive analysis. It's a predictive analytics AI, and it's like health risks prediction systems. The next one is I am a chatbot. I'm an AI chatbot that's designed to help patients monitor the health. I can provide answers to questions about symptoms, suggest treatments, and even offer reminders for medication. Who am I? Oh, I see a lot of right answers. Yes, it's virtual health assistants. Just two more to go. I'm a robot designed to assist surgeons during operations, offering greater flexibility and dexterity. I can perform tasks like suturing and precision incisions with more accuracy than human hands alone. Okay, the answer is AI in drug discovery. Oh, sorry. Did I click on? Okay, sorry. The answer for this question is surgical robotic systems. I think I accidentally answered for this one too, which is I speed up the process of finding new drugs by analyzing vast amounts of molecular data. My algorithms predict how different compounds might affect diseases, saving time in the development of new treatments. And I reveal the answer, which is AI in drug discovery. All right, that's pretty much that I have. And yeah, thank you so much for the time, all of you. And I think I'm done. I hope you all had a great session and fun. And I hope I didn't bore you a lot.
It was such an inspiring presentation leading to new dimensions in the future of AI and IoT 5.0 in healthcare. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Join us with the value to function and celebrity. I kindly request all the participants to fill up the attendance feedback form available in the chat section. I repeat, kindly fill out the attendance feedback form available in the chat section now. Kind attention participants, as we approach the final moment of today, leading up to the validity function, we want to remind you all a few important details regarding the oral feedback, Atal portal assessment, and mandatory. We will be conducting oral feedback sessions today during the validity function. This is an opportunity for you to share your thoughts and reflections on the FPP, as well as for us to provide with the constructive feedback on your journey. The online test, Atal portal assessment test, will also be conducted today. Ensure you complete it at the earliest. If you encounter any technical issues, please reach out to us immediately. And the third one is mandatory feedback on Atal portal. Submitting the feedback in Atal portal login is one of the mandatory requirements to receive the certificate. And finally, the criteria for obtaining the FPP certificate is participants must have 80% attendance, 70% marks in assessment, and mandatory feedback on Atal portal. Thank you all. I request all the participants to log on to Atal and take up the assessment test from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. today and come back for the most awaited validity function at 7:30 p.m. We request all the participants not to forget to fill your feedback into for the last session. Thank you all. See you at 7:30 p.m. today. Thank you.
One not present here. This faculty development program designed to elevate the teaching, training, communication, and leadership skills, especially in the technology-enhanced educational environment, where all the participants have been participating 6 days actively and completed successfully through consistency, that too in the evening times. To cherish this moment, let's start the validatory function of ICT Training and Learning Atal Academy sponsored 6 days faculty development program on artificial intelligence and IoT in Industry 5.0, shaping the future of smarter industries, organized by Department of Computer Networking, PSG Polytechnic College from February 3rd to 8th, 2025. We are honored to welcome Dr. S. Brinda, HOD, Department of Computer Networking, PSG Polytechnic College, to present the welcome address. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dhanalakshmi. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening to all the participants. On behalf of all the participants, I would like to welcome our beloved principal, Dr. B. Giriraj, our chief guest of the day, Nakshatra, our own alumni, proud to be with her today, and the coordinators of the program, co-coordinators, Priya and Soundarya, for there on that other end. Definitely, this is like a marathon. Today it was like a very long session. We are running from 2 o'clock onwards. So at the end, we had some tests also. So definitely the participants are working today. They are really very hard. Even daily it was till evening time, 6 to 9. Today we are really working more than half a day. So definitely without all these patients from the participant side, this could not have been happened. So I welcome all the participants to this valedictory function. And all these things would not have happened without the support from our principal, Dr. B. Giriraj sir. Sir, we kindly welcome you, sir. And definitely, I welcome all the co-coordinators for this program. And I would also like to thank Atal for sanctioning us this program. And also would like to thank our own college, our own management, our principal for giving us this chance and having trust in us. Thank you. And I understand that there were some issues during the test and all there were, which will be definitely resolved. Whatever that could be done from our side, we'll definitely do. Many participants have successfully completed the test. To download the certificate, I think we have to approve. Only then you will be able to download the certificate. So participants can wait a day. Then you will be able to download the certificate. We'll intimate you on Monday, probably that the certificate is ready. And other small minor issues, if there are some issues, yes, after this valedictory function also, I think we can settle it. Whatever we can do it. Because the test is being conducted in Atal portal, we do not have full permissions over there to change all those things. So kind cooperation of all the participants is also required. Definitely will help you in solving out all those issues. Other than that, I would also like to thank all the resource persons who have kept hand in hand with conducting the program. So with these small words, I would like to hand over the session to Dhanalakshmi. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this chance.
Thank you, ma'am. We are honored to welcome Dr. B. Giriraj, Principal, PSG Polytechnic College, to present the presidential address. Welcome you, sir.
Is it audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you for this invitation. So I'm really happy to be part of this valedictory function. Chief guest of this program, Nakshatra, our own alumnus, Dr. Brinda, the coordinator of the program, the team of faculty members and staff from DCN department, the invited speakers and my dear participants. Good evening to one and all present here. At the outset, let me take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Brinda and her team for conducting this program. Really happy to note that they have successfully completed the 6 days training program, online faculty development program, which was sponsored by ACTE on the title Artificial Intelligence and IoT in Industry 5.0, Shaping the Future of Smarter Industries. Let me also take this opportunity to thank all the participants for attending this program. Let me thank the management and the principals of the respective institutions for sponsoring them to attend this program. I also attended a few sessions. It was really nice. A lot of question and answers were asked. Of course, none of the options that I favored did not give me the right answer. So that shows how much I am knowledgeable in this particular area. So we need to think into that particular aspect also. At this moment, I would like to request the team which has organized this online program to make it probably an 2 weeks offline program once again, which can be sponsored by ACTE, and maybe we can think of applying for a 2 weeks program because we have got good resource persons. We can think of applying for the program at the GCT also, combined with the GCT and then conduct a offline program for 2 weeks, particularly for faculty members from polytechnic colleges, because we don't get much opportunity for polytechnic college students to attend the 2 weeks program, especially on topics like this. So let us sincerely thank all the speakers who have taken time to come and spend their time with us all these 6 days. I know that all of you had a hectic day at the respective institutions, followed by that you had to spend at least 3 hours in the evening in this program. I could see as many as 150 participants at any time when I log in who are attending the program. So let me take this opportunity to thank the participants also. Now, what happens after a program of this nature happens is that we have to carry over this knowledge to our students group community, because this particular topic, artificial intelligence, is catching up like anything. And daily we come across a lot of news on the newspaper and in the social media how AI is influencing the student community. So I think the knowledge shared by the respective speakers will be of immense help to all of us. And probably we can take this to our student community. That is one of the primary objective of the programs of this nature, which is sponsored by AICT. So they give us a platform wherein experts in the respective fields come and share their knowledge with us so that we can take it forward to our student community. So that is one of the requirements of the programs of this nature. The second thing is, can we go one step forward and then probably think of taking up some real-time projects? We could see number of applications of AI in the different fields. So why not we take up some real-time projects, apply the knowledge that we have gained during these 6 days of the program, so that we get benefited by helping the society at large, because a lot of industries come forward for programs for this type of projects. So we can make use of our student community and then take up some real-time industry projects. So that is one thing. And many times there is an offshoot when we learn these type of new topics. We have some lateral thinking, and then we use this knowledge to some other aspects, and thereby new concepts evolve when we learn some new subjects like this. So maybe we can think of that also, and then there can be a small spark, and then that can take us forward when we go through some new topics like this. So I'm really happy that all of you have participated in this particular program. And let me take this opportunity to once again congratulate and thank Dr. Brinda and her team for organizing this program in online, because when you conduct a program of this nature in online, it has got its own limitations and problems. And I think we had a technical team to support them also. So thanks to all the team which have put their efforts during the last 6 days. Let me also join Dr. Brinda in welcoming our chief guest, Nakshatra. We are really happy that she could join online. I think she's abroad, and she has taken time to come and join us today. So with these few words, let me once again congratulate all the participants and welcome you all for this function. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are honored to welcome Nachitra Parthiban, Senior Unified Communication Engineer, Stanford Medicine, California, who received the Distinguished Alumni Award from PSG Polytechnic College. Once again, we are delighted to welcome you, ma'am, to present the chief guest address.
Thank you. So, good evening, everyone. I'm Nachatra Parthipan. I'm a senior engineer at Stanford Medicine Children's Health and in California. First of all, I would like to thank the entire organizing team for organizing such a great event. Thank you, Giriraj sir. Thank you, Brenda ma'am, Priya ma'am, and all the co-hosts who has been running the show tirelessly with all their efforts that they've done. So I really appreciate it, and I'm glad like to be one of the resource to handle a session in AI healthcare. And it was a great session today, and I appreciate that. And it's an absolute privilege to share my thoughts before you all on the final day of this enlightening 6-day session, especially on artificial intelligence and IoT 5.0. So as we just wrap up this journey, I want to take a moment to reflect all the incredible ways that AI is already transforming the world around us. So it's not just in industries like healthcare or transportation, but it's making a huge impact on education sector as well, which I know is at the heart of what many of you, the faculties, do. So yeah, as I said, like AI is transforming industries across the board, from healthcare like to the agricultural side. It's starting to change the way we teach and learn as well, right? So thinking about the personalized learning platforms that use AI, these systems figure out what each student needs and create a learning plan just for them. So if a student is struggling, they get extra help, and if they are ahead, they can move faster. As a teacher or a professor or faculty, you get the real-time updates on how your students are doing. And that's how AI is revolutionizing, which helps you know where they need support or why they might need a challenge. And of course, AI is also helping with things like grading and organizing your day-to-day stuffs as a professor. And so you get more time to focus on actual teaching and connecting with your students. So AI is making things easier and more personalized for both the students and the teaching faculties. Moreover, so AI is also being used to assist faculty with a lot of administrative tasks, which you all should explore. From the AI tools are automating many of your routine tasks that take up your whole valuable time. So this allows educators to focus the way they are best, like in teaching, mentoring, and inspiring the next generation, which you actually do. So with all these advancements, there comes the responsibility for you, the faculties. The use of AI in education must be ethical, inclusive, and transparent. So as educators, you have a very vital role to play in ensuring that these AI tools that are used in ways and to enhance learning are actually accessible to all the students and also to promote their fairness. So it's up to all of us to make sure that AI doesn't replace human connection or a creativity in the classroom, but rather it has to augment the way we teach and learn. So as we leave this session, this 6-day training, I would recommend that you got to think about endless possibilities that AI offers in both your personal and the professional lives. So whether it's helping the students learn more effectively or improving your efficiency in your own administrative tasks, or even it could contribute to your innovative research that you do in your day-to-day lives today. So AI is here to stay, and it's going to grow, drastically. So it's not just a tool for business and technology companies. It's something that every educator can harness to enhance their work and their lives of their students as well. So thank you all for your commitment and enthusiasm throughout these training days. And I'm excited to see how each of you will actually take the knowledge that you've gained and apply it in your own classroom and communities. So congratulations to all of you for completing this session successfully, and wish you all the very best in your continued journey with artificial intelligence. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity. I really appreciate everyone joining this session.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's have an oral feedback session now, and it is an opportunity to share your thoughts and suggestions. We always value your inputs for our upcoming endeavors. Interested participants, please mention in the chat box. We will unmute you.
Hello, good evening, ma'am. Good evening, everyone present over there. Am I
Yeah,
audible?
good evening. Yeah, you're audible. Good evening, sir.
Thank you all the organizing team for conduction of such a wonderful FDP. All the sessions beginning from the inaugural from Ponsana ma'am to the last session. All the sessions were very informative. So many concepts have been known to us. AR, VR. Then if we talk about the structure of IoT, then at last the about healthcare, AI, possible future scope, and everything was wonderful. So congratulations to all the organizing team. And it had been a very wonderful FDP. Thank you, everyone.
Sir, may I know where you're working, sir?
Hello, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah.
Myself, Sudha from Government Polytechnic College, Coimbatore, ma'am.
Okay.
First of all, I would like to thank this team for giving us opportunity for attending this FDP. And though my research area is different from AI, I was very much interested in learning AI. And this sessions, all the sessions that were scheduled in this FDP, gave me an outbreak for this. Thank you for the wonderful sessions that you have arranged through this FDP, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dear participants, please provide your oral feedback. Is anyone interested to give your feedback? Kindly mention in the chat box.
Hello. Yeah, ma'am. Very good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, this is Dr. Manvin Singh from Graphikira University. Ma'am, most of the sessions I have attended, maybe one or two sessions partially attended due to some technical issue. But the session were very informative and qualitative. Especially, I have uh, gone through the workshop, means the practice sessions by the Ramanujan sir. I think exactly the name I don't know. Let me check. Selva Raju sir, Selva Raju, and he was very good and very. So since I'm trying to learn the AI and machine learning in the different field of application and all, so I found this course very informative, ma'am, and I learned a lot from this FDP. So I'm so thankful to you and your team for organizing these events. And I learned many things. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. One more suggestion, ma'am, because taste is not working and all we are facing the issue. So if possible, can you postpone the taste for the next day or anything?
Sir, we'll look into that, sir. Many participants have completed the test and some are giving the reply like that. Okay, we'll see what can we do in that adult portal, sir. We'll try, sir.
Exactly. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Good evening, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening.
Ma'am, I'm Dr. Chitra, madam, from Government Polytechnic College for Women,
Okay, ma'am. Good
Coimbatore.
evening. Yeah.
First, I'd like to thank our principal who have permitted us to attend this program, madam. Next, I would like to thank Giriraj sir and coordinator Prinda ma'am and co-coordinators Priya ma'am and Soundarya Lakshmi. We enjoyed each and every session, madam. Really, after attending this FTP only, we came to know that how AI and IoT concept used in industry, especially yesterday's session handled by Madan. Amazon. And
Yeah.
today's session also hands-on, madam.
Okay.
Today's session handled by today's resource person. We learned a
Okay.
lot. Hands-on session he has given, madam. It was very useful for us. Thank you. Thank you for the organizing team.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for explaining our participants. Thank you, ma'am. We are esteemed to welcome Ms. D. Priya, lecturer, senior grade, Department of Computer Networking, PSG Polytechnic College, to deliver a vote of thanks. Welcome you, ma'am.
Good evening to another present here. It's a pleasure and great privilege to propose a vote of thanks to all the dignitaries. When eating a fruit, we should remember the one who planted the tree. So I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our PSG management for their vision. We are thankful to AICTE Training and Learning Atal Academy for providing us an opportunity to conduct this 6 days online faculty development program on AI and IoT in Industry 5.0, shaping the future of smart manufacturing. I extend my gratitude to our beloved principal, Dr. B. Giriraj, for presiding this function and being with us in all our endeavors. It's with deepest pride and greatest pleasure I take this opportunity to thank our distinguished alumni, Ms. Nakshatra Parthiban, Chief Guest of today, for accepting our invitation and becoming a part of this FTP. Your presence at this event not only enriches our program, but also serves as an inspiration to all our students. On behalf of PSG Polytechnic College, a very special thanks to our distinguished speakers who have generously shared their time, expertise, and insights. We are grateful for the knowledge you have imparted and guidance you have offered. Thank you all. I would also like to extend my thanks to our organizing committee for their hard work and dedication in planning this event. Your efforts behind the scenes ensured that everything ran smoothly, and we are grateful for your commitment in making this FDP a success one. We have been fortunate enough to have a team of very well-motivated and dedicated participants from various institutions all over India. Your enthusiasm and the willingness to learn make such programs great. I strongly believe that you had enjoyed your virtual stay at PSG Polytechnic College. Thank you all the participants. Lastly, I would like to express my appreciation to the technical team for their support in managing the virtual platform. Your efforts ensured a seamless experience for all of us. Thank you once again to everyone who contributed to making this FDP a success. Thank you.
Thank you all for your precious presence and active participation in all the sessions of our FTP, which mark this FTP a remarkable one. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all participants from my side too. Thank you.